Hello everyone, welcome to another lesson. Wow, my monitor just died for a second. That's curious. Hi there everyone. Hi. So, we Americans are eating good. Exactly, Stump, exactly. Hi there, hi Stump, hi Ninja, hi Pepe, hi Daptak, hi Barmain, hi. Today, right, hold on. I'm a bit tired for some weird reason, but today we will be, in fact, working on a video. The wave function one. Because yeah, the initial quick overview chapter is scripted. Hold on, let me make the file for this. Look, my favorite homosexual is streaming. Rumors! That's what they are. Rumors. With no evidence behind them. Okay? I just want to make that clear. Not every rumor is fake. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're tired probably because it's like 3 AM for you. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Two-way function. Wait. Hold on. Ah, damn it, fudge. I know you can't see, but I'm just making a folder for the thing. Function. Okay, so hence and that is the thing, and as such we will need. Give me a second. I'm not ready actually. This is the one who can't start saying something. Damn it, Stump! You got me there. This is actually the greatest tomfoolery of our lifetime, you know? You see, I am actually... I'm just merely acting gay, huh? You fools. What am I doing? Oh yeah, right. The blender. I know you can't see yet. Just give me a sec. Give me a sec. I'm still preparing. Wave function and frames, and then right here, initial. Okay, now I'm ready. Maggie, I thought your acting skills were better than this. We all know what you are. The one who acts the gayest is the straightest. Exactly. That's why all male orgies are just filled to the brim with with anti-gay politicians. The rule is completely true and accurate. That's yeah, that's what it is. Exactly. Psycho's GPU 256. Yeah, why not? American senators. All right. Wave function. So that's the part goes out, and where's the part go? This actually will be a pretty nice introduction. We could do it from the. No, we could do it actually from the thumbnail of the last video. Where is it? There it is. That's my thing. It's my boy. And then intro. The only thing I would do is I would give it some more pizzazz, you know, just to give it some zing. So I think a man can do is doing another man. So eloquently put, you know. Yep, I'm adding it. Two best comments. Okay, but you can't tell me Trump wasn't supposed to be a drag queen. I'm not doing this right now. I'm. Pure American culture right there. Okay. Oh yeah, right. Let's do like 60. And let's just have like a simple, nice and neat and fun and festive looped animation. Yes. Not graph, timeline. For now, 59 from 0 to 59, yeah. And then we're gonna have the animation loop. So right here, color ramp. And what we're going to do is we're going to take texture coordinate, separate XYZ. Is it X? Yes, it is. Okay, now math sign, and then add. And this is the face with which we can control it. Then we can divide it, like so. Smooth it out, but that's not what we want, is it? Well, division will be useful here. But what we actually want is we want to plug it right here. Then the black will actually be not black, only it will be a yellow. 1, 6. And the other one will not be white, only it will be 2/3, it will be blue. And then right here we'll have this, which already is actually proper good. That's exactly what I'm looking for. And then in the middle, just a bit more white. There we go. And now, no, they didn't hide the timing. Hold on, let me search the live chat. There we go. Remember, liking women is gay because they like men, and that's gay. Exactly. Wait, but liking men is gay. Different gay. Yeah, exactly. NBs. What's NBs? I haven't heard that term before. Non-binary. In what fucking universe is that the shortening of non-binary? I'm fucking sorry. Okay. NBs. You see, I thought it was non-binary for a second, but that would be NB, wouldn't it? No, why is the... Where's the E and Y coming from? You honestly, no. You gay people need to get your priorities straight, which, I mean, I get it. I get why you wouldn't have them, but honestly. I'm just on fire with the pants today. There we go. Timeline. From 0, it will be like this, then to 60, where it will go like this. Oh boy, I really hope this is spot on, because if it's not, it'll be quite annoying. Oh, this is supposed to be white. Fudge. Pecker. There we go. Perfect. Fixed. Ask me a... We make it. What do you mean? Unproven allegations. Non-binary. No, this is too confusing. I'm an old man, alright. I don't get... Back in the good old days, you know. I still remember back in the good old days when terms like women and men wasn't invented, right? My two buddies, John Testosterone and John Estrogen, they haven't made their signature products, and oh my goodness, those were the days, honestly. This is negative 230. Could it be 2 pi? 2 pi plus 230. Did I get it spot on? I am good at what I do. There we go. And then right here, the crash one, right, will be John Estrogen, my beloved. John Estrogen was great. Didn't like John Testosterone though. Like, it was a whole thing. Make it passive by John Malik in Factory. Multiply. What am I adding? Here, right. 0, and then right here. 2 times pi. Just pi. 4 times pi. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Damn it, this is supposed to be the other white. This white. All of these are supposed to be the other white. I fucked up the white. There we go. Okay, one corner done. What did Jordan Testosterone do? He made the manliest thing in the world. That's fuck, I forgot the name. Never mind. I'm not gonna finish the joke again because I forgot the name of the thing. But John Testosterone was a bit cocky. You know what? He was a dick. I do have to say, he was a dick. He went to Jupiter and got more stupider. No, he actually went to Jupiter and got crushed by the gravitational force. What's next? Oh yeah, this one. Okay. This will be simple because mapping. Oh, I have a proper good idea of how to do this one. Oh, this is gonna be so cool. Okay, so hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Combine XYZ like this. And then we're going to start with these. And then we're going to offset them such that they are precisely one, like, square up, which should be just... Okay, no. Okay, there we go. 1. Perfect. And then... I'm sorry, what? Why is this one the only one? This one's moving it left. Why is that one the only one moving it? Is it because this is scale 5? What if I do scale 1 and right here do 5? What about then? Okay, that's first of all much better. So, like this. Lovely. Perfect. That's removing a whole bunch. Now, Y. Okay, so Y is moving up. Which means we do actually 0 and then 0.2 and then 0.6. And that way, they are moving at an angle. Perfect. Why is it jumping up? Oh, piss. Nah, piss, it's way off. And it's the Y. Why is the Y way off? 0.4? Why is the Y way off? Doesn't make no sense. McKinley, holy shit, $20. Welcome back. You surprised me. Hi, welcome back. Let me add you to the list again. Oh, hi there, McKinley. Hi. Oh, there it is. I should really... the website is online. I just haven't had the time to finish to this because this is only from the first charity gathering thing. So I haven't had the time to just add all the other ones. And so... like, the website is online. I just haven't had the time to actually properly finish it. It's 2/12. 2025. Oh my goodness. That's all the 4. Whoops, we're already a month into... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's all wrong. That's all wrong. Five. Girls go to college to get more knowledge. Boys go to Jupiter and fucking die. Yeah, that's the saying, isn't it? Back on the list I go. Back into the top I also... Hold on, let me see. I think you might be top 2 right now. Let's see. Oh no! Oh, because Tha donated a shit ton. I remember now. Okay. That makes sense. Tha and Stump, actually, speaking of, we have, out of the top 4 people, 3 of them are watching right now. What a... Europe gang, y'all are making us look bad, okay? Hey, Europe gang, listen. We're kind of getting owned by Americans on this one. Damn it. Half of you couldn't in half of Europe. Can you really not? I don't know, I haven't had that problem. Is it skill issue? I mean, I'm just saying. I don't have that problem. And which brings us to the sponsor of today's live stream. Make it VPN. I don't have one. Okay. This and this. And then what I would like also is this to get larger and then mix shader. Not shader, that's idiotic. Mix color like this. Hell yeah. And then this would be 0 and 0 and 1. And then basically it would scale 1 and then it would go to scale 2. And so as such it would... No, not scale 2, scale 0.5. Like this. It just instantly disappears, that's cool. And then another texture with the exact same things, except this one would go not from hold on, to 1. So this one would go... Why are the dots there? Why is everything a dot? What's happening? What did I smoke? Hold on. That's off. That's way off. Mix color. Can I instead do mix, I don't know, float? Would that be better? What's happening? I'm sorry. That's absolutely not it. Why is it breaking? That should not be broken. Well, right now it should be. I'm afraid I'm completely there are no Europeans here. I don't complain that there are no Europeans here. I get that. What I'm upset about is that right here in the current donations, all of them are American. Atomic is kicking my ass with donuts. Actually, Atomic was. If you look back, you can see that Atomic basically... the first donation Atomic did was $100. And Atomic basically like kickstarted the donations on YouTube. And then the second person to do serious donation was actually you, McKinley. Hi Maggie, happy birthday. Hi Ramit. Didn't you join your science engineering crew in 6 months? Good for you. The graph got quantized. Why did this break though? I don't get it. They should just be mixing them. What's happening? What's going on? Like this. Oh, oh, I see. Some tomfoolery is afoot. There is, yeah, something mischievous is going on. No, wait. No, it's not. Why is it not moving, actually? No, it is moving. Why is it moving the other way? Or is it not moving the other way? Yeah, it is moving the other way. What the heck? What did I do? What happened? So if we take this is moving top right, bottom left, and this is moving bottom left, top right. Why? They're plugged into the same thing. What's happening? What's poppin'? Oh, it's because right here. I'm an idiot. Okay, I get. I know what's happening now. Okay. Accidentally placed as anonymous. Wait, didn't I change that to McKinley? Or did I? I think I changed that to McKinley. This one. Right? Kind of cool. I wouldn't worry about it though. I mean, there isn't a single anonymous donation for $20. When it comes to anonymous, yup. The first anonymous donation that actually recorded as anonymous was 12th of January this year. It was fine. These were both in euros. That's because there's the end. Yeah, I really have to add these to the website.
Website, I hear. Oh, does that mean this is a coding stream?
No. Why do you always join? You know what? Whatever.
You see, Mackett, I joined here. It's like, I am bored out of my mind. If I wasn't bored, if I had something to do with my life, I would not be here in this voice chat right now.
How do I fix this? I don't... Because the pickle here is that this is going through a cold ramp, which skyrockets up.
Oh, time's in chat.
Actually, one was in pounds. Oh, you freaking gonna pick me like that. Is there any specific reason you chose Prevent Cancer Foundation to donate to? Yes. A friend of mine, a really good friend of mine, had cancer. And I just... and because of that, I want to demolish cancer. But I want to make it clear. I am trying to prevent cancer, not out of like, you know... hopeful love for the patients. It's not like, oh, I want these patients to survive. No, I want to kill the cancer. This is a purely negative effort. It is... it's kind of a genocide thing, where I want to just end as much life as possible, but I'm just picking cancer as my target. So that's the reason why we're doing the Prevent Cancer Foundation. This, like, think of me as like an evil villain, but for cancer, you know? That's what I do. Is he better now? Oh, dub tag, you just right away assumed it's a he, huh? The patriarchy hits hard, oof. The patriarchy hits hard. How do I fix this? Because I can remove this, but then the lines are all screwed up.
The moment is crashing out that I get to join. Oh, hear me out. Move to my shithole of a country, then you can join.
Stump! Holy shit! Stump! There we go, stump! $10. Stump! Hell yeah! 10 thanks! There we go! Yeah, now you're tied with Tha! Now you're tied. We're tied for the place. Second. There we go. We should actually make like a sum to see how much we hold on. That's pretty easy. F214 is equal to sum of F1 to F40, because why not? $632.73. There we go. No, yeah, the effort to just kill all cancer is going well. Why is this going from the you know? Oh, because of the scale? Oh, it might be actually. Oh, I might be quite clever if that's the case. Let's see. I think I got it actually. And now if I switch this to be linear, that should fix it. I am incredible. I know why it's jumping at the end, that shouldn't happen. But whoops. McKinley, another $10. Oh, we've got ourselves a bidding war. Ladies and gentledems, we've gotten ourselves a good old-fashioned bidding war. McKinley's clocking at 11.5, Stump is at 18.7, Thad at 18.7, and Atomic is missing in action. Did someone say genocide? Hell yeah.
Once. Let's fucking go. Alright, up at the 20, guys.
Stump donated $10, another Stump donated another $10, there we go, another $10 out of the list, and Stump is clocking at 19.9, beating Thar, going forward ahead, second place, Thar is left on the third one, McKinley Turner, 11.3, my goodness, the donations of everyone else are shrinking, right here, this is too small to even count.
Another one strikes the chat.
Poor Stetzels Pretzels, McKinley, another $10, oh, will it ever stop, will it ever stop? McKinley at 12.7%. Make it possible to donate from Eastern Europe, please. I want to join too. What do you mean make it possible? I don't have control over YouTube. Stump another $10. No way.
Send me your PayPal and I'll donate for you.
Stump clocking at 20%. Stump 1/5. 1/5 of it. Actually, hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. No, you'll give me a second because I can do something even better. I didn't think of that actually. Hold on. I just realized since I had the site set up, actually I can add in all of those donations to the website right now. Let me just see if my laptop has battery. If it does, then I can just add in the donations on stream if you want. It's not difficult actually. It's set up in a way so that it should work. Nope, it's dead. Okay, I need a charger.
You could just like get a billionaire son to like hop on stream once and donate like $1 million or something.
I'll have him donate to me. I wouldn't have to worry about the rent. Give me a second. I'm getting a charger. Hold on, yo. Oh, fudge sticks. My old bones aren't made for this.
Your old bones? Okay, get me over there. I'll do it for you then, you old man.
Oh, fuck. Oh, there we go. Wait, did we get a new donation? No, Stump is the last one. Okay. Positive donation from Eastern Europe. By the way, Timon, I would just like to mention... Hold on. Because I would need to find it. I would just like to mention that the GoFundMe's, they still exist, the charity ones. I don't have them linked anywhere, and finding them again would be a bit of a pickle. But they do exist, meaning that it will be possible. It should be at least. The GoFundMe's, I'm pretty certain, are global, so it should be possible to donate from all of Europe. Well, that's how I donated. So on YouTube, maybe not, but there will be other options. That's my final bit. That's, I think, enough, I would say. This is a lot for a day. $40, $50, $60, $70 charity. Impressive.
Wow, it's quite a lot for this stream, I think.
Let me just... I should probably set it up in a better way. Fudge. I should set it up in a better way. Alright, as a temporary fix, I'm not going to do it right now actually. As a temporary fix, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set it up on the website so that there will be multiple pie charts. There will be one for... there'll be one for GoFundMe's and one for YouTube, one for both. And then on the next stream, hopefully on the next stream I'll have that. In the left corner, we'll just have a pie chart with all the donations. The stream is going to be cluttered with everything, and oh, I probably will also add the link to the website as well. What am I doing?
Okay, so you're telling me this is not a coding stream, and yeah, you keep referencing this website you've been working on. Very strange.
Made it, you are...
Dude, the banhammer is right there, bro. I don't know what's been keeping you off.
No, there's not where I'm going for. Where I'm going for is, like, if I ever had to write a textbook about Dunning-Kruger, you would be like the cover image.
And you know what's great? I don't even understand that reference.
I somehow suspected you wouldn't.
Yeah, I know the Dunning-Kruger effect exists, and that's all I know.
Which honestly just makes it funny.
Yeah, like I know that's a reference, and that's all I know. I'm great.
X coordinates of 3, 3, 2, 5. Could be it. Make a charity for cancer and see who wins. So for both sides, people can donate to both. For cancer and against cancer. It's actually off. Why are these off? Oh, damn it.
Wait a minute, Dunning-Kruger? That sounds like something I can type. Yeah, Google managed to autocomplete it. Let's go. New information moment.
Just set up a cube, that's gonna be much easier. Like this, there we go. There, this is what we want to fit. This cube, 60.
Wait a minute. When the hell did I say I was competent?
It's more about the
I thought it was known
confidence
I'm an
with which
idiot.
it's more about the confidence with which you are just stating everything.
Ah, all right. Well,
Like
the confidence comes from idiocy, so yeah.
that's called Dunning-Kruger. that's exactly how Dunning-Kruger works.
Yes, great. I knew there had to be a name for this sort of thing. Now I know.
Left bill, no politics. Exactly. We're trying to stay bonus. I don't like how it speeds up
right.
at the end. I don't like it. Is it because of this? Probably, I'd imagine. There we go.
Jen and I have been laughing at each other's stupidity for like a month now. I think this is called friendship. Yes, Timon, I think it might be official. Loki, I think we might be friends. like it feels a bit wrong, but like we might be friends. I don't know.
What's this Dunning-Kruger guys made it? Dunning-Kruger effect is basically when you it's this curve. Hold on, it's like looks something like this. Where it's basically
Yeah, it's like
a curve of how much you know versus how much you think you know. And there is a significant bump at the beginning because only right here is where you learn how much you don't know. And because of that, really often people who don't know much about different fields confidently say things because they think they know a lot. So stuff like vaccine denial, stuff like flat Earth, stuff like conspiracy theories, they happen on this peak when people don't know how much they don't know, and because of that they just consider themselves experts, and because of that they just you know they just feel really confident and start stating stuff. And
it
then
feels a bit wrong.
yeah,
Thanks, bro. All right, Timon. Like this is reference to your gay test that you told me. The second question of the gay test that you told me. That's the reference.
gay test.
Oh, you forgot. Well, you see, I'm on stream, so I can't say anything more. So
When I had mental illness that gave me permission to take simulators every day. Good for you! Past tense! I'm happy for you, Stump. Good for you. That's rare. Usually people reference just their mental illness in present tense. That's actually impressive that you got it in past tense. It takes a lot of effort to make it into past tense. That's really impressive. Alright. There we go. And then all of these. Ah, fuck. What am I gonna do with all of these? I could just have them move a bit, I guess. What's your favorite conspiracy theory? That Britain exists. Some people can believe, some people still believe that. That's ridiculous. Randomized transform. Damn it, I don't like how it pauses. The easiest way to fix that would be just have another randomized transform right here. And copy the keyframe. Oh, damn it. Fudge. Randomized transform and 4. That's proper solid. That's great. Randomized transform. Well, that's proper solid. It just all just pisses off. Yeah, whatever.
wait a minute. This feels familiar. Didn't you like make a thing with this like thumbnail already? Or was that part one?
It was part 2. You were close.
Wait. You're telling me that video series I'm thinking of had 3 parts, not 2?
Right now it is. I'm making part 3.
Oh, I thought it ended after the second one. My premonitions are not that good.
G alpha. There we go. Run Casual Casual 2 has taken all the confidence away. Yeah, that's exactly how it works. It's just you don't know how much you don't know. I want you to content. You made chemistry math interesting to me after a lifetime of thinking I didn't like it. Well, I'm glad I could help, Jacob. I really am glad I could help. Make it. Do you trust me? Kind of. I don't like. Kind of. You feel very chaotic, Timon.
I mean, if you can like figure out what they're saying, then like I think you're a genius. Okay, wait, no, that's a bit too mean. I'm sorry.
Calculus 1 so good they made the sequel. If Calculus is so good, why does it have less sequels than Fast and Furious? Because of all the spin-offs, Gemma. There are so many spin-offs. Linear algebra, people don't realize it, but it is actually in the same cinematic universe as Calculus. It won't give me a mod rank for 5 minutes. I want to paste a link to the mod chat. Yeah, sure. There.
Wait a minute. Can't you just post a link without being a mod?
No.
You know, I'm gonna try this.
No, we can't.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know what? I'm still gonna try it. I don't care. Yeah, it works. What the hell? According to my screen.
Dunning-Kruger. Thank you for. I know what made it really nice because normally, if I said like Dunning-Kruger, normally, then this would be mean. But you consistently keep proving me right, so it's not mean. You like, it's visibly just accurate.
Made it. You're so bright, your brain's force field radius is larger than any star in the galaxy. Okay, fuck you, Timon. I get that one.
Calculus 2000 vectors, my calculus 3 class starts with vectors on 3D geometry. Actually, soon I'll make a linear algebra video, McKinley, like this month. So yeah, possible. You just
Fuck, I can't claim it. No.
why have you done
Fuck.
that?
Bruh.
Timon, why have you done that?
Wait, no, it's a giver tier. Wait, no, that's literally worse than the one I have, but it's for longer time, so cons and pros. Which one do I outweigh?
It was too late. Someone claimed it
No,
already.
Simon, it literally prevented me from claiming it, alright? So, yeah.
Free patron giveaway. Oh, I got a message. What's the message?
Timon,
No,
didn't
no.
you buy it for 3 months? I swear, it said until May 12th, which would mean
May,
that's like
March,
3
what's the
months.
difference? It's the same thing.
Dude, you do not believe. Every single year that I think about time, I just forget about the month of April. I'm not even joking.
April? I would get if you forgot about, I don't know, November or one of the silly ones. But April?
Yes, like
You
each
bought it
time
for
I'm
3
like
months,
thinking of.
Whoops.
Yeah, you dumbass.
Call him a dumbass. Come on. 1 month,
What?
okay.
Pause the I'm gonna fucking mute this.
Wait,
Wait, no, that's
genuine question. Who
that's
got
the
it?
expiry date. Wait,
Genuine question. Who got it? Who got the patron? Because someone apparently claimed it, but like Who did it? Let me check. Let me check in Discord maybe.
Okay, wait. So if it is only 1 month, then yes, the current gift that you have right now is better than the one that Timon posted in chat.
No, I don't think anyone claimed it actually because
Wow, I am ranking gifts. How entitled am I? Wow.
the news for them is teenage mutant ninja tattoos.
uh, your one bro in the group chat says check DMs.
Oh, there's some
The
funny
feeling one.
comments available. Alright, there we go. This is gonna render for a fucking hour. Whatever. As if see if I can just keep on scripting the
Such
video.
is life.
Exactly. One must imagine Sisyphus happy.
Sean, wait till you realize I used my fucking alt account to claim it. Okay, no, I didn't. No, before y'all call me an asshole. I mean, I am an asshole, but like, I did not do that. No.
Always such a skill issue when people say like, you know, I'm an asshole. Just stop. What the hell? Whatever. Skill issue.
Exactly.
I myself am not an asshole.
Yes,
I'm just a hot piece of meat.
No, for me, I'm a terrible person. And just move the fuck on with my life. It's not that hard.
Cringe. What did I say?
You say cringe or did you say rich?
Cringe.
Ah, yeah. I'm, I mean,
I'm
it just comes with my age, you know. Like it's kind of like impossible to avoid.
I'm a fixer upper guy. Like if I have something in my life that is inefficient or I consider terrible or something, I just fix it up.
Yeah.
That's how my job
And for
got
me, I'm
here.
too lazy to fix. And you know what? I I
Too
see
lazy to fix.
problem,
You
I fix
literally
it,
joined the industry
but I'm
because
too
you were
lazy to fix.
bored. I mean, too lazy to fix.
Yes. Well, I mean, because you see, I joined the stream. It takes one click of a button, and I get to like chat here with like the chat for like however long you stream for. And so you see, in my head, that's a payoff. So yes. So basically, my brain just plays like an RNG number for whether something's worth it or not in terms of the amount of effort it would take.
Are you from you from Finland or Sweden? Plastic. Are those my only two
I'm
options?
from
Can I have any other countries available, or is it just Finland
I'm
and
from the
Sweden?
Åland Islands.
Yes, if those exist. Come on.
Okay, Damone, I'm not asking for help on the stream.
Self-help. I just want to say, self-help is such an idiotic concept, in my opinion, because you have
All right, go Rand.
like you have self-help books, right, and self-help talks and stuff like these, and like when you go to them, you're basically seeking the help of someone who's supposed to tell you that you should help yourself. Like, why buy the book? Don't buy the book. The self-help books will tell you that you should help yourself. Just don't waste your money. I can listen. I
Exactly.
hate to give you spoilers, but I mean, self-help is in the name. That's kind of like buying a book
Yeah.
that's I don't know, how to read tutorial or something.
Oh, wait till you hear of English, non-native English speakers trying to
They
help
don't
us with
exist. They don't
English.
exist. I've never seen one.
Wait. Oh yeah, you were born bilingual. Yeah, I forgot.
I was. I'm gonna check my page and see if someone claimed Simon's thingamajig. Nope.
No one claimed it. What?
At least I don't have a message. Hmm.
Okay, wait. But like maybe they're just setting up the Patreon account because that's what I had to do. So maybe it's taking a bit of time.
Maybe Catman claimed it. Oh hi, welcome Catman. Oh no, I'll have someone on Patreon just calling me gay.
Calling me gay or you gay? I didn't hear.
Me gay? Why would they be calling you gay?
I don't know. Like it all it often
Go on,
happens for
stutter.
me. Or yes, I mean like friends influence how you behave. All right, so it makes sense that I'm stuttering. So all right. Anyway,
Why
so
did
it
Star
often
just
happens
join
to
in on
me.
Discord again? What happened? Why is the second imposter Star on Discord?
Da.
Made it stuttering gay accusation the way I do. See, it's not gay, it's make it effect. I do love that doing that to people,
Wait
I
a
do have to
minute.
say. Because y'all are not, like, the thing is, it's a certain barrier you have to break through. I've seen it referred to as the
Wait a
ability
minute.
of a clown.
Simone was right. Patreon does kick you out of the Discord. Was right. It wasn't just a glitch on my end.
The point is that it's called the clown effect, where basically, well, not the clown effect, it's not called the clown, but it's a clown ability. Basically, if you want to make a fool of yourself in public, it takes genuine effort. But because I've streamed so
Does it?
long, yeah, it does. It does take actual effort to make a fool of yourself because you need to break through the area of cringeness. So if you want to just make an absolute fool of yourself and say something awful for the sake of it being a joke, you need to break through that. And what's funny is that whenever y'all join in, y'all don't have that ability yet because y'all haven't been publicly speaking enough. And so all it takes is for me to,
Oh,
I don't know,
yeah.
when Timon is speaking, tell him just something like, "Oh, so you're racist, basically," and that just completely makes sense. Oh, I can just, I can just ask you, why would someone think you're gay? You know. And those are like lobos, those are the easy ones.
So basically, you're telling me I haven't been here long enough to be like regarded as an idiot yet.
No, it's a genuine public speaking ability to make fool of yourself.
Oh,
Basically, yeah. So, for example, when I joined in on August Fish's stream, just a streamer,
all
friend
right.
of mine, then I basically had that bit going where I joined in and I just started talking about strangling dogs. It was like the recurrent joke of the stream. At some point, I just talked about strangling dogs, and then whenever anything happened, I kept looping it back to strangling dogs with every single reference I could, and it was just wild. And it took genuine effort to just keep mentioning back how I'm strangling dogs every 10 minutes or so. Because you need to make a fool of yourself. And for some reason, you know, people don't like making a fool of themselves. And now the link. My goodness. I mean, why are you buying so much right
Oh,
now?
this one expired. Oh, it's literally the same link, bruh.
I don't know what.
But this is the last one this month. Wait a minute.
Tha! Tha's patron!
Wait. I'll have to go 1 week without being able to talk with Time in NBC. No.
Tha, welcome to pay. Hold on.
Okay, well, Timon, this time the error message is saying that like the link expired, not saying that I'm already a patron. So I think that means something different.
I mean, someone claimed it. Timon, why are you buying so many of these? Oh, you're not
I don't
planning a
know.
murder suicide, are you? Because honestly, that would be a huge downer, I'll be honest. I hope you're not planning a
Mm.
murder suicide.
Oh, there's a. Oh, I forgot this dude existed.
Welcome back, Da. Welcome to the piss rank.
Yeah, D has returned. Methinks.
D has returned.
The has returned. THEE.
H-E-E. Those are A's.
Dude, that is not the English I'm talking about.
No, D. The second form.
I'll just type it in like the live
I know what
chat.
it is. It's the day, but second person.
Yes.
There has returned. Maybe because I could have really high rank, but you were crying over how there are more blue names than red. And this is more fun than blue. One more channel access, anyways. You know what? I dig that. Random Patreon giveaway, not even sponsored by me. I mean, it would be silly sponsored by me because I would just have to, I don't know, pay my Patreon with nothing.
Wait a minute, I just realized in like a little more than a week, I won't be able to haunt your streams anymore. Oh no.
Yeah, exactly.
I won't be able to publicly humiliate myself anymore.
That's always an option. Come on, believe in yourself. You think I need live streams to publicly humiliate myself? There are so many more
No, well,
options.
I know the Discord chat exists, but like, I don't like, if I'm not talking here, then I won't pay attention to the chat or what's going on stream. I'll just use it as background audio. So like, there's nothing I can really say unless I have to actually engage with the stream and actually be a viewer of the Make It channel. Which, hear me out, I don't want to do that yet. Ever.
Hold on, I'm fixing Discord. Give me a second.
Oh yeah, it fixed. What the fuck is this error? Damn. Damn. So like, am I just the most successful Patreon integration ever? I did not even leave the Discord. I just got the role for channel access, and nothing changed.
Uh, you need not a self-help book. You need multiple applications you can cycle through and call hobbies. It'll become awesome. I have that. First application, you have become disappointed because you start and stop the myriad of projects before you develop adequate skill. Isn't that just part of someone being manic? Or is it bipolar? Wait, which one? It's bipolar. Because there was a DLC to it. Is it bipolar or manic? Or manic?
Bipolar disorder? Isn't that just having two personalities?
No, that's being depressed and like the opposite of depressed at the same time. You like oscillate.
Oh.
So you're either really sad or you're like hyper manic, and which sucks because whenever you get excited, you start a new project, but then you get depressed, so you don't do the project, and you get excited, you start another project, and you just keep going like that. You don't do anything,
Alright, I get the idea now.
and you feel like shit all the time. But that's a separate thing. And basically anything spirals you into depression. Anything from just a sad song to some actual sad event that happens to fucking just it being dark outside.
Make it. You seem to know a lot about this. You perhaps bipolar?
I like to check myself. I don't have enough time to go to therapy. If I had, I would. I don't have enough time to go to therapy, so instead I just do the reasonable thing and I just check myself for different mental disorders, like a normal person would.
Let's go, Tamim Dump. Let's fucking go. Okay, wow, it's not playing on my PC, so
Making
let's
isn't
just...
bipolar, he's tripolar. Ward. I mean, yeah.
Bipolar? Why be tripolar when you can just like get of... the hell was I going with this joke?
Make his eye polar.
No, make it as just
I'm
polar.
I'm
He's the
actually
polar
no.
eclipse.
I'm actually apolar. I have nothing. No, I'm actually quad.
No,
No,
you're just
quadratic
like the
doesn't work.
polar region.
I'm just the pole. That's just too real. And polar. I do have to say the Crowley gif of him just creating the universe is so fucking relatable. I mean, oh my goodness. Like, come on. He's just like me. He's just like me for real. Canonically created the universe. You're watching memes right now.
Yes, I am.
Why not doing that?
Wait, can you hear it?
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Hi, Mickey, you didn't reply to my messages. Oh, which ones? Which messages?
Oh, my microphone picks up audio. Shit. That's how you could hear it.
You're smart. You can figure it out. Crowley didn't create the
Wait,
universe. Just
cat
feel never
man.
as something.
And then,
What
like,
do you mean? Crowley literally said, "Let there be light." That's like canonically creation of universe. Okay. Crowley did create the
wait, the
universe.
Jim Crow laws.
No, a different thing. Crowley very much did create the universe. And listen, Timon, I don't mean to pull a that card, alright? But as a mortal, you don't fully grasp the topic. Like, no offense. It's more of a DT thing. And so, yeah, you wouldn't get it. Just by the way, that would explain why Crowley actually had the highest, like, access. That means nothing. What do you mean that means not? No, Timon. Oh, you are so mortal right now. Like, oh my goodness. Honestly,
Where's
it's
like the godphobic gift or
yeah,
sticker
that's
that you made?
yeah,
the
that's
other day?
that sticker right now. When the mortal says something so godphobic, you have to hit them with that DT sticker. I mean, come on.
Yeah, you made that after you made that like cause of me.
Mortal, come as Azrael, two of your streams. Yeah, but now you're just completely mortal coded. That's such a mortal core right now. I mean, come on, Timon.
Mortal core.
Yeah,
Is
ridiculous.
that the same as queer core?
Yeah, it's very similar actually.
Is there such a thing as a mortal without being queer? I mean, we can bring up like the femboy thesis, and so everybody is queer then.
What's the definition of queer? Where's the where are the lines? I don't get it. I
Isn't
don't.
queer like anything that's like not? Isn't queer like anything not
Who
cisgender,
are not
not straight?
heterosexual, not cisgender. Yeah, that's a pretty big
Yeah.
fucking. That's a pretty wide term.
Yeah. So basically, I am correct because of the femboy thesis.
Exactly.
So every mortal is
You are.
queer.
Yeah, actually, you are on this one. All mortals are gay. Exactly. Queer is a
Is
general
that?
term
Oh,
for
now
non
that's a word I've heard of.
I see. A femboy thesis just is correct. What can I say?
Okay, but like here's the thing: the femboy theory proves something that I said to be correct, which is proof that the femboy thesis might be wrong.
I really would like in the future to meet up with some scientists who actually like studies this aspect of psychology, like who actually studies this part of psychology, and I really want to lay out my femboy thesis to them, and I really would like to see the reaction to it. Like anyone who's in cis straight or allo. What is allo? Oh, A-spec. I am not. Oh my goodness. Timon, you know how old I am?
A-spec? Oh, finally!
What is
Someone mentioned a
aspec?
gay term in the server that I don't know about already.
Asexual spectrum refers to sexual orientation that are asexual or are closely related with sexuality. Identity is under a sexual umbrella. So it's isn't straight or
So it's just the spectrum of
wait, what is
asexuality.
allo?
Alright.
What is allo then? Allo
Feels like some other
gay
thing.
the gay ward stuff.
Allo LGBT, allosexuality, let's see this. The ability to experience sexual attraction. Basically, people who are not asexual.
Individuals that experience attraction in the prefix allo meaning asexual meaning
Oh, you just searched up the
opposite.
same exact time I was. Okay, great.
So it's the opposite of ace.
Basically,
I mean, allo sounds better than non-ace. I do have to say. Why is it gray? What the heck? Why is this gray? I don't like the asexual. I kind of get. I get that flag because it's purple. If I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah. This makes sense.
wait, why
to
is
me.
there purple then?
I'm pretty certain it's because. Actually, don't know, but I always thought it was because it's different from the sexual is different from romantic. I've always thought that. But
You
then
probably think
anyways.
they're low-key lazy. All of them are just fucking strips of color. What are you on about?
Wait, hold on. I want to flag why is that this way? Why is it that way? Flag is what I care about. Flags and symbol. There we go. Now we're gaming. Sexual, demisexual, pepper representing community. The asexual community. It's like, it's basically the most boring orgy in existence. It's just the most boring you can imagine. I love you.
Alright.
Trash. My bang is about loyal grace. I mean, listen, I do have to, as much as I hate to admit that, I do have to say, with pain in my heart, why does it take so long to look up anything? No, isn't there just a
internet
blank
issues? You are literally live streaming and in Discord voice chat.
Yeah,
Your
but
internet will be slow.
But it's not an internet issue. If I look up normal stuff, then it's really quick. The bipolar disorder was instant. I do have to say, actually, you know what? No, it doesn't let me say it. Never mind, I take it back. I prefer the pansexual callers to bisexual. They're just. Asexual community is the most boring orgy in existence. You know what? I'm glad you quoted me because now I can just add that into the best comments. Yeah, there we go. Exactly.
I mean, low key, you should like figure out a way to just like record video clips and send that into best comments.
No, you can do clips on YouTube. I guess I could just make those. Is it gay if you are straight for everyone except for make it? That's not gay. That's just common sense. The same if you're straight for everyone except Ryan Gosling. Once again, common sense.
No, but like if you're straight for everyone outside of Poland, but gay for people inside of Poland, apparently that's straight, according to a very dear friend of mine.
This is half the fandom. Pansexual looks so much like unmixed Superman flavored ice cream. Whoa, it hurts because it stings because it's true. It stings because it's true. Perfect. I don't like the flag because even pansexual is hated. I prefer the. Okay, I don't like the flag. No. Timon, slow down. I said the colors are better. Like, listen. I do want to say that if my two options for breakfast are either just a grilled cheese or alternatively some spaghetti, right, some pizza, and then some ice cream, then I would prefer the Italian with ice cream, you know? Is ice cream Italian? I don't care. So I would prefer that one. However, if you put them together and mix them into a blender, I would prefer the grilled cheese. So it's that kind of situation. Like, colors are better, but the flag isn't.
Wait, Italian ice cream? Are you talking about gelato?
I have no. I just don't know if ice cream is Italian. Paella is amazing. I love that. What would be the best? What would be the best pride flag? I do have to say that the lesbian one is solid.
I put like the flag of Qing China. You know, the best pride flag.
I don't know. The lesbian one is probably one. Like the gay one, is just.
For me, it's either the gay one or the lesbian one. To be honest.
The gay one is so much. Wait, is this one? Is that the one? No, wait. What's I can't just gay because gay ain't gonna be it. Gay ain't gonna be it at
What?
all. Yeah.
You sure it's
sure.
not gonna be just gay?
No, it's not because gay is rainbow.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me, according to the own wiki, gay just means the entire fucking like.
Yeah, because that is
the
what it
entire
means.
movement?
Like
Damn.
yeah, that is what it means. It's just
So I'm
we
not
don't
homophobic
like.
if I just use the gay as an umbrella
No,
term.
it is
Okay,
it is
fine.
fucked up. I do want to say it is fucked up that there is a term lesbian, but there is no male alternative for it. It's just gay. You know, group them in with everyone. Why not? It's fucking systematic sexism is what it is.
Oh yeah, sexism.
Trans flag is
yeah.
also fucking a fucking banger. Oh my goodness, trans flag is powerful. It is.
Trans flag has my two favorite colors.
Which one is?
It's had two favorite colors.
Holy shit! There
And
we go.
according to my art teacher, white is not a color.
Why is all the colors?
Uh,
The gay, not the rainbow, but the gay man. I feel like trans one is symmetrical too.
scientific
And
definition.
what do you mean, like the gay man? The gay man flag sucks. Gay men, what do you? What, fucking okay. Gay men flag. Okay, you know what? Just in case, I'm gonna look it up on the other screen. There we go. This sucks. This is garbage. Listen, the lesbian one is so much better. Like, come on. The lesbian,
Yeah, okay, maybe.
lesbian,
maybe.
transgender. Those are definitely in my top 5. Lesbian and transgender. The other 3, I would have to pick. What else?
Flag of the Russian Empire, that's in my top 5.
Nothing to be more proud than being an American. Yeah, American is my favorite sexual identity.
Look, Americans would come up with that. You gotta admit it. Yeah, Americans would come up with that. The polyamory flag. Okay, well, I mean, new flag to search up. Let's see this.
Hold on. Cis flag is
wow,
the
it looks
American.
like the
I like to
Philippines.
imagine the cis flag is just the American flag. The cis flag actually, I'm
Okay,
pretty certain exists. Oh no.
okay, wait. The, do you mean the one with the pie or like the one? Okay, wait, no, I
Right.
searched up on Google, not on the Wikipedia. I might be dumb.
No, I mean this one maybe. This one ain't bad. What's this one? Flash.
Okay, so I see one with the pie symbol. The next result is like the fucking Philippines. The third result is like a heart with an infinity sign. Okay, let's read chat. Let's see where I went wrong. Okay, according to the people, it's
Damn.
the one with the pie.
That's so
Or-
specific. Patriotism is an attraction found on simultaneous hatred and respect for another individual. Holy fucking shit! That's just a cinematic rivalry. Oh my goodness! You mean to tell me that's like? You mean to tell me that like that's a kind of attraction? You know what? I dig that. I dig that.
Wait a minute. Why is there a butt plug? Why is there a butt plug flag on screen?
That's a card thing, you fucking. You.
Okay, you're telling
Gen
me that's
Alpha.
A spade, bro. Nah, you're telling me that's a spade. No way.
You Gen Alpha.
I'm not Gen Alpha.
Why didn't you use that?
By
Need
my
to know.
own
It's apparently
definition.
pitch. Apparently you have just different flavors based on. You have the pitch, the pale, the flash, and the
In your
Ashen,
mind, you need to
Asian, whatever.
gamble more. Hey, Ta, I would gamble if I had some money to gamble, alright? You can't gamble 0 coins. That's not how it works.
If you can't gamble with your coins, then you're just not playing it right. Shout out to Oceans 8, 11, 9, whatever. One of these numbers.
You can take a loan. You think I'm of the legal age that I can take my own loans? Bitch, I don't even got a bank account.
How come you don't have a bank? Do you really not?
No, I don't.
You should have a bank account.
You don't. Okay, make it. How young do you think I am?
You do realize you can have like a bank account when you're, I don't know, 13, I think? Or 14?
In Europe, maybe, but not here.
No, I guess then. I think 13 is when you can have a bank account in some banks.
Mm-hmm.
Robbery then. And
Robbery then? Anything for gambling. That's half the fun.
Listen,
Okay,
I'm
wait.
doing research right now. I'm busy.
Yeah, I don't care what you're doing. Hear me out. What if I trick a friend into thinking I'm in a desperate situation? They send me money, and then I can just use that money to gamble.
That's just called gambling. That's how people do it.
Yup. Wave function.
I was making dough the
wave
moment I got
function.
out the womb. Yeah, Slay Queen, keep grinding. Never be able to afford the house. I do have to say, Ashen is just the ultimate cuck in it. That's just the ultimate cuck. Flashed is just basic bitch romantic.
Wait a minute, Flush.
Pale.
Ashen, why the fuck is poker a sexuality?
Damn it! I have to start over. Made it. Okay, Ashen is the ultimate cuck. Flushed is the basic bitch. Pale desires support from a committed, deeper emotional relationship with an individual. What's the difference between flushed and pale? You know what? Don't get it. That's probably why they have the similar vibe, color-ish, whatever. Pitch is the most based fucking thing in existence. The reason I throw around the machine because the community is so amazing. It's just because probably like people assuming stuff, throwing around bad homophobic jokes. Exactly, we're throwing out only the good homophobic jokes. What's the highest
Hear
you've
me
ever
out,
been
Chad.
on gathering?
I should take the Am I Homophobic test.
What's the highest you've ever been on gathering? Wait, what was the highest you've ever been on gathering? I don't get that one.
Gambling? The highest gambling was like gambling fucking food while playing blackjack at the lunch table. That's the peak of my gambling.
This because I'm hot as fuck. That's based, is it? I do have a meme for this, and I think I even remember the name of the meme, which means I can actually find it.
Okay, time look, make it is on website. It says LGBTQ plus, and I see wiki. Those should help you.
Why are straight guys so obsessed with lesbians?
Wow, this chocolate bar sure is good. But you know what would make it better? Wow, another chocolate bar! Two of a thing I like, together!
That's just that comment exactly. Make it gay review. Exactly. I'm reviewing gay people. Pass or smash.
Wait, pass or smash? Wait a minute.
Look at these cards, but I can't find them. Because I mean, they're not. I don't think they're pride. I think they're just types of attraction. Fuck! I turned it off. Gay people flags There we go. Can we... Gay men's... Oh, on the wiki, when you look up... Gay men... Wait, hold on. Wait a
No
minute.
way.
Those are
Ain't no
not...
fucking way. Nah,
Best
Oh, what happened to
subculture.
my beloved blue flag?
Oh, because over time. Why is it gay men? Why? Wait, gay flags. That's misspelled. Gay flags. Not gay flags. Gay flags. There's only gay men's flag. Actually, wow, sexism strikes again, except this time from the other side.
Wait, you're telling me that like misandry exists? Ain't no way.
Being the third wheel. Oh, you meant like the third wheel. Oh my goodness, I didn't get that. Being the third wheel, I know what third wheel means. You get
Yo, wait a
seventh
minute,
wheel.
I'm the third wheel between like you and Positron, aren't I?
Timon's not even here. Timon's in chat.
Okay, well that would be if. Oh yeah, well Positron's in chat, so that counts.
If you want to go that way, you'd need to be however many people watching this wheel. Because everyone is equal and make it streams. Yes, this is the communist utopia you've all dreamed of. With your single,
Oh, so
with
you
your
singled
singular
me out to be worse than
benevolent
everyone else. Alright, good.
wars.
You know, that's the goal here.
You voluntarily joined in on the voice chat. Voluntarily.
Yeah?
What do you mean I've
Voluntarily,
singled you out?
yeah.
You've singled yourself out.
You like telepathically forced me to join this live stream.
I just
I'm
got
here
another
against
third
my
wheel
own
on the
will.
journey with me. I'm so deep. Wait, are you the cuck
This
or are
guy-
they cucking? Who's doing the cucking stump? Because I'm curious. I want to know. I want to know the dynamic there, you know. Who be cucking?
I'm not even bothering to read chat. This shit's not making sense.
Valentine's Day coming out, I don't have a gal. No communism to me. There is still time! There is still time! There's still...
Make it.
2
Make
days.
it. Would you
Okay,
like to
not a
be
lot
my
of time.
Valentine?
No, I'm busy. I'm married to the grind.
Yeah, well, I mean, polyamorous relationships exist. Can I join in?
Are you fine with grind being there, by the way? Because...
Yes, I'm fine. I have schoolwork, so I can just grind schoolwork.
What does cucking mean? You don't know what cucking is? Is that... Wait. Oh,
Ain't
yeah,
nobody
because...
got a dude who doesn't know something
Hold
even
on.
less than I do.
Hold on, because that might be... Because, like, there is a... Because, like, right now, there is the brain rot speak thing, and I just realized that cucking didn't make its way into brain rot. Which is weird.
Wait, no, I don't need a Valentine thing. I already organized a friend with like some random people in real life to do a thing. Never mind then.
I had a relationship in my past and I still never managed to have a date on Valentine's Day. Well, Timon, I'm halfway there to your situation. I also never managed to have a date on Valentine's Day. But you know what always cheers
Yeah,
me
well,
up, Timon? Whenever I feel sad that I don't have a date on Valentine's Day and I'm, you know, that I'm basically alone, what always cheers me up is the fact that I'm actually always alone. So it's not really me not having a date on Valentine's Day, it's me not having a date in general. And that generally makes me feel better. Kak is a term used to describe someone who finds pleasure from watching their partner with another. That's actually, yeah, Google isn't helping. Don't Google that. Don't Google cock.
Okay, well, you know what? I don't like dates because they keep fucking going on. You know, why is it the 11th of February already? What the fuck? I swear, the other day I thought it was 2024. Why does time move forward? Why can't we just stop the passage of time? Can the future just wait? And can all the deadlines be pushed away?
Fashionably late. I could push every goal back to control back of the rollback, the rate at which time starts to fly, never landing on standing by, never taking a break, ever making me retry. Nickel and dime,
Hey,
quarter
this guy got
two.
the reference I was going for. Let's go.
Just let time pass through. Yeah.
Made it is writing W. What? That was a romance song.
I don't think so. I don't think that was a romance song. That was more of a. I actually don't know what that's. Tefta! My goodness, hide the Tefta!
Oh, it's the dude.
Made it. You...
I had to wait till
No,
my.
the-
Up. Sorry.
No, do go on.
What's up, guys?
Do go on. Hi, how you doing? How's things going for you?
Oh, good. I was just listening to you guys for a little bit.
We
It's interesting.
we went on a bit of a tangent, so technically I'm rendering in the background, so I just was able to completely focus on the conversation, and yeah, we went on a bit of a tangent, I would say, just a bit. Anyway,
I just thought I'd hop on and say hi. I don't have too much time,
Oh,
but
hello.
well then I'm glad.
Hey, how's it going?
Actually, Tefta, would you have the time rather to join in on a couple more live streams in the next soon-ish? I don't have a day. Just
Sure.
around these times, because I have something really fun planned, but I don't want to announce it publicly yet. It's a Patreon only thing. So instead, I'm just gonna say it on the Patreon only channel, so as a secret.
I got it. Yes.
Oh,
The answer is yes. Sorry for interrupting. You made it.
No, it's fine. Like, I can tell, like, everyone here cares about you way more than me. It's fine.
Why do you always find
No,
such
no.
a negative way to say stuff?
It's just the rubber band effect. If the less that you make yourself available, the demand goes up.
The forbidden fruit.
Yeah. It's a capitalist thing, I guess. It's false. It's a false value system applied just because. Yeah.
I think it could also
Yeah.
have something to do with that, like with the fact that you're one of the 3 only people with the crab rank for a reason, and basically you have been basically the backbone of the channel back when there were absolutely no other. You were the only patron for like half a year, I think.
It was good
Wait,
times.
crab
Oh,
rank?
those really were.
What is crab rank?
That's the highest rank on the server. The crab. Well, actually, make it paid intern. I
Wait,
guess
like-
it's
like-
called.
Yeah,
Wait,
make
wait,
it paid intern
that's-
with a little crab
I thought that's
icon.
a shrimp. That looks like a shrimp.
Yeah, but
Wait.
then there's a crab on the. It's such a long story actually to explain why the crab and the shrimp are there. I haven't made that
No, I don't care
reference in
that
the.
it's there. Why the hell do you call it the crab roll and not the shrimp roll?
It's because crab stands for awesomeness and shrimp stands for admiring the awesomeness. Da made it.
I like made it more because I understand what they say. Oh, my plan failed. I'm not an unintelligible monster. No.
I like made it more because I understand what they say, but Tefta is way too smart and knowledgeable, and I mostly don't understand a single thing. What's really funny, actually, is that it is really a curious thing. I do have to say. I do have to say it is a curious thing when I'm making so many videos about so many topics that when it comes to videos themselves, I am able to give the context. I am able to explain everything as to best of my abilities. But on streams, when I don't have a prepared explanation ready to go, then having chemistry people just sit in while we're talking about physics, or physicists when we're talking about mathematics, and so on and so forth, is extremely weird. I don't remember a single other community where you could have people that are so much into chemistry, for example, just sitting on a live stream where I just go on a complete tangent talking about electrodynamics or something. And so I think the main reason here in this case is that, if I'm not mistaken, actually, Tefta is almost as far away as you could be from what you've been studying, Timon. Actually, not almost quite away, but when sticking to physics and chemistry, then as far away as it
Wait,
could
are
be.
you telling? Is Turf Tax a financial dude because they have tax in their name?
Yeah,
Like
the
they said
Tefta
you
was
were-
actually is a sequel to TurboTax. It's
Yeah.
it's
It's
the,
actually my hacker name because I did Red Team, which is penetration testing and cybersecurity. And so my handle was Turfta because it's base 64 encoded twice, meaning I'm number one.
MDE equals
So the
001,
uppercase
if I
is-
do remember correctly.
Yeah, which is the sign I have behind me. So a lot of code is obfuscated in base 64 if it's in an email. And so de-obfuscating it and kind of reverse engineering code was a part of what I did for fun. That's the
Oh,
name.
nice.
But yes, my nickname is TurboTax.
And now for the context, red teaming is basically when you hack into someone, but with their permission most of the time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's what
exactly.
my brother does in university. Yeah.
Your brother's a pen tester? That's impressive.
No, my brother's in like fucking computer science.
Yeah, the pen testing is that's penetration testing. You're basically testing how secure something is, effectively.
Oh
Yeah.
Wait,
So
But, like,
cybersecurity.
Yeah.
So like if you're just going to computer science, it could be anything. But if you have a specialization in cybersecurity or networking, but
And both
yeah,
are
I don't know
hackers
what
is
my
kind
brother
of
specializes in. I haven't been keeping up with him, but I don't know. He told me once that he made viruses for his class and how to hack a server, and so I made connection because he said
Yeah.
word hack. So yeah.
it is ethical.
So I grew up in a time where the word hacker is kind of like an altruistic thing. So there's like white hat, black hat, and gray hat.
I do have to say that
Yeah.
I don't know if that may be my just mistake here, but I do believe that the word hacker. It's funny how, at least from what I've seen, when it comes to people who actually know pen testing, absolutely everyone refers to it as either pen testing or something similar, and the hacker is actually a massive red flag usually that someone has no idea what they're doing when they
Exactly. So I
Yeah.
call myself a script kiddie, and I actually was.
Oh,
I
that's a
have
really
a
good one.
podcast.
My goodness.
Yeah, so I have a podcast with someone that identified as a hacker, and I actually know what they do for a living, and they are. But I was talking with them the other day, and I was saying that I'm just a script kiddie, and I won't say that I'm a hacker. I will talk about hacking and penetration testing, but because that kind of tells you the level of skill that you have to have if you're employed in that
Yeah,
line of work.
hacker is
But I still don't determine myself a hacker. I will always say script kiddie.
because I do
at
have to
the
say
highest
that,
level.
that when it comes to a hacker, I mean, the hacker used to be a big thing because, well, back in the day, the net was so. It wasn't as secure as we have it now. We have it now really good. 0 days are non existent, practically. Sometimes, obviously, either Microsoft or Java likes to josh around a bit. But 0 days are practically non existent in comparison to what it's been. And so
0 days,
nowadays.
what are those?
And
You
so,
have 0 days to patch the vulnerability.
so basically, when it
right?
comes
So
to
it's a vulnerability that there is no workaround for.
So basically, when you have a system like, let's say I'm a hacker and I want to take control over your Windows system, right? The way I would normally do it is I would probably send you like an email or something with a code that you would run, trick you into running it. Now, in that
Yeah.
case, this is like me hacking, but it's the most common way, the way it's most of the time done. But the thing is, technically, I haven't actually done anything hackery too much because everything worked as intended, which means you, as the owner of your system, you run an executable. So, like from the perspective of the system, everything went according to plan, right? Like, it's more about me
Yeah.
tricking you into doing something rather than me exploiting some kind of software weakness. That's there's many attempts to like social engineering and stuff like this. And 0 day is the more difficult one, where instead of me tricking you into running something, I just hack your system in that traditional sense. And in order to perform a 0 day, you need to take a system like Windows, for example, and you need to find some kind of vulnerability that people who made it didn't see. And they are extremely difficult to pull off, borderline impossible. Usually, people who do 0 days, it's actually not worth it for you to be a hacker in that case if you can do 0 days, because usually when you do a 0 day, you can just genuinely sell it. The company will pay you to tell them what the 0 day was. And there are like huge rewards for a lot of systems, tens of thousands to sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars for finding 0 days and things.
Bug bounty programs is what they go under.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they are unbelievably difficult to pull off. The reason why is because we've just gotten so good at safety in general. I would say it's just trial and error. Eventually we got there. But back in the day, there
We're
wasn't...
so safe, especially with quantum computers now, because everything, even if it's pretty high level of encryption, could be broken.
Yeah,
Which
that's
that's
pretty big deal.
it might be the Wild West again, because the second quantum computers are functional, which could be now. You know, nation states could already have them, and us, the public, not know about them because the tech is that close. Then all encryption online is null and void, and everything is pretty much just plain text.
But at the same
Anything
time,
that's encrypted
there is
is
a possibility
not.
that it wouldn't be as bad as it could be, because a quantum computer is not something that you can have as a private user, really. You would need to be a pretty massive institution to have a quantum computer. So something like either governments
Like the
or extremely
US
large
government
companies,
that had
or is some
the PRISM.
instance.
Right? Because PRISM was something that Edward Snowden revealed, which it mimics the actual technology. So fiber cable, they literally tapped into it and were downloading encrypted traffic so that at a later date they could decrypt it. So a lot of governments do that, and Edward Snowden said the United States government is. So the government has been storing all traffic that it can. It's probably a little bit selective, and storing it as encrypted, so then it could decrypt it at some point.
I mean, I'm not...
Which is interesting.
I'm not even surprised the NSA is... Like, listen, CIA is bad, but the NSA is so much worse. And so... there is an argument to be made, actually, that privacy is a bit of an illusion and a bit of a modern construct. Or rather, or maybe an archaic construct, even. And there is an argument I have seen made. Exerbia made a video about it, if I'm not mistaken. Don't hex the water, if I don't
Well,
remember
yeah,
correctly.
they did. Yeah, I watched that video.
Yeah, basically an argument that privacy isn't... that privacy is a certain comfort of archaic societies, but it's not actually needed. And there is a possibility that to have a society with no privacy, that wouldn't be a dystopia. I am paraphrasing here because Exerbia went into a much more philosophical argument there, meta-reasoning one, and so on and so forth. Actually, not a meta-reasoning one. I would say more of a morality thing. I'm really trying to phase out the philosophy, I do have to say. Meta-reasoning just has a much nicer ring to it. Goes to thinking like that.
Yeah, so whenever you say meta reasoning, I go to Google and then I find a fucking research paper on figuring out the definition of meta reasoning.
I guess figuring out what meta reasoning is would be just meta reasoning. Actually, figuring out if meta reasoning is meta reasoning would be, well, you wouldn't know. Why can't we use quantum computers to create better encryption? That is actually a good question. Encryption is...
We can. They have. They actually, what's interesting is they actually had technology probably 4 years ago where they actually used light and a type of surface. So they could etch like something onto a piece of paper that would actually bend the light in such a way. And quantum cryptography is very interesting because if the message is actually intersected in the middle, it changes the message because of the nature of the quantum properties. So not only would you be able to detect if someone was trying to listen, but you could use a non-quantum mechanism or a macroscopic one, like a piece of paper with holes punched in it in a certain way, to actually decrypt it. So that technology has been working on too, because of how bad it would be if everything was just unencrypted in plain text for everyone. But like you said
But
already, make it. I doubt people's houses are going to have quantum
yeah,
computers.
bad is a massive understatement. Oh yeah, but the point I was getting to is that it would be borderline impossible. I mean, okay, if we reach a point as a society where it's possible for just private people to have quantum computers, I feel like we've done it. I feel like we've made it. We can breathe more calmly now. If we reach that point of advancement, I feel like we won't have to worry quite as much about not having encryption anywhere. But private people don't really have quantum computers, and for large institutions, I don't see in what way it would be beneficial to abolish encryption. This would be like the level of mutually assured destruction, or the nuclear level, basically. Well, not quite nuclear, but nuclear without the fallout. Or rather, without the nuclear fallout.
Oh,
So basically,
Alright.
because demolishing encryption would mean, well, no networks, which is a pretty big deal, I would argue, in modern times, going even outside just our abuse of internet, financial services failing, governments completely failing, everything absolutely completely failing. And as an ultimate
yeah, we
option,
could just go back to the 1800s if that happens.
I mean, arguably kind of, but you know, for a shock for that to happen overnight, it's
Yeah, I'm
It
sure
would be
some
pretty
wars will
major.
break out, but it'll all eventually smooth out.
that's
But it would be like it was in the beginning, which there was a lot of 0 days and things like that. If we're having to rebuild the infrastructure of the internet,
I mean, in
it
this
might
case,
be the Wild
this
West
wouldn't
again.
even be rebuilding. This would be just a complete blockade. Because even if you rebuild it, then you would be able to use a quantum computer to break it again. So in this case, I don't think it would be rebuilding. I feel like it would be a permanent transition to an anarchy. Now, anarchy has a lot of it's a very negative word. People associate anarchy with it being negative. But in that case, what I mean is that in that case, wide and large institutions wouldn't work. That's simply because if you have something like a government, then that simply wouldn't work because you have no encryption, right? Everyone who wants would have complete control of the system, which means that the only systems that would actually be viable would be small networks. So you would be able to set up a network with your friends and family, not because it will be safe, only because you trust your friends and family. Those would be so basically everything with no encryption, you would have no permission. Everyone would have the root permissions effectively on the network. And what I'm saying isn't technically accurate, but I hope you get what I mean. And so basically in that place, you would only have small networks of, like, as I mentioned, friends, family, people you trust, which would be just kind of by definition anarchy. Once again, I am
But
not
if I
here to
don't-
say if it will be good or bad. I'm just saying it. Well,
I always think of anarchy as like high entropy. So it's like, yeah,
it's
like
kind of.
I'm down for high entropy. Okay. You don't want any
Jarish-
low entropy areas around? Nope. Everything high entropy. Okay.
Jarish really nicely explained it. So basically, I know we can see the stream.
Again.
So basically, the way Jarish is obsessed with political combat. That's my favorite artist, Jarish. That's because he uses he doesn't have a specific medium for art. He just does art, and I absolutely dig it. But to explain the political compass, the simple one of like left, right, authoritarian, and anarchy, and authoritarian, whatever, you get what I mean. So this is basically how much state. Wait, no, that wouldn't be authoritarian. Authoritarian would be democracy. Totalitarian? Whatever. A lot of state, no state, equality, inequality. And he did those really nice charts explaining how things would go in each system. So in left top, that's basically like classical communism, which means you have a large authority connected to many systems that are all equal. They are all equal in size. Then the top right is basically what we have right now, I would argue, which is that you have large authority, which is the government, which is then connected to many systems which differ in scales, like or the state rather. they'll be different. There we go. And then these, if I'm not mistaken, could have like different smaller ones attached, like so. And that's the top right. Then anarcho-capitalism, which is just a network, a random network of like different systems interconnected in whatever way. And then the ideal one everyone dreams about, but never seems to actually end up there, is the left anarchy, which is like everything equality. The same random system like so. And this is more of a social thing for defining like, for explaining cytostructures. But the way I imagine, if you remove encryption, it would basically permanently shift the nature of networks from the top one to the bottom one, because all of a sudden on the network you cannot trust that something is going from the central authority. You simply wouldn't be able to trust that, which would make these completely impossible, because if you think you're getting something from the central authority, then you need to depend on that trust. However, if all of a sudden that isn't coming from central authority, only it's coming from another user on the network, that's a pretty
it's
big
interesting.
deal.
But it's almost like, I don't know, let's say we only had one pond to drink from for all of humanity, and the only way to kill people was by poisoning their water. It's like, well, you can mess with it, but there might be some kind of system that would figure itself out, because it's like, well, we still need to communicate with our grandmas, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
That's what I'm saying.
let's do something.
The interesting thing, which not many people consider, is that this is actually how it works right now. So the systems we have, like for example, banking system, it's pretty much impenetrable. I would even argue there is no possibility of a 0 day, because even if there is a 0 day, then there are precautions. So it is impenetrable. However, at the same time, just because it's software, it's really good.
It's adversarial. You know what's funny is that everything is the same, pretty much amperage. So what you'd get is like competing data, like trying to fight over the others to be the loudest.
Yeah, exactly. You always want to be
It'd
the
be so
top
weird.
authority. What if I don't trust my friends and family? Well, that's kind of the whole nature of trust. The thing is, if you want to do this kind of way, we're using actually networks in this case to kind of as a metaphor at this point. We really went down the rabbit hole. But you always, when
I didn't
you
steer the ship.
yeah, I did. I don't know. I just really wanted to steal it, I guess. Physical mechanics was material near absolute zero. Why do quantum computers need near absolute zero temperature to work? I can make an educated guess. I don't know exactly how quantum computers work, because I, for some reason, don't find the topic interesting. I've tried to get into it, but I just don't find it interesting. My educated guess would be that you need quantum properties for quantum computers, and temperature is a phenomenal way to mess them up. So, for example, when it comes to spin, I'm guessing it could be because of spin. When it comes to spin, there's a thing where the distribution starts at negative n2, and at absolute zero, it is always at negative n2. However, as you increase the temperature, then the possibility slowly like shifts like this. So at absolute zero, it would be like a delta function, but after you increase the temperature, it just slowly moves up to the higher states. The probability.
Yeah, so like most of quantum computing is like reducing noise. So I think they use like superconductors in order to just like
Fun
try
fact
to measure
about
it.
superconductors, if I'm not mistaken, by the way, we don't know why they work. Let me just double
That's
check it, because I
crazy.
did the research on that a year ago, maybe two. Conductors.
Yeah, I saw someone explain like a rudimentary, like, let's say the atoms are so far apart, they act as separate, but if they're so close together, then they behave as if they're one, electron shell, essentially. That was like the dumbed down version that I like to adopt.
But what's funny is that there is still just no theory, actually, no accepted theory, if I'm not mistaken.
I have a question for you. I was
Yep.
like, if you were to put a percentage on how much we know about all there is to know, what percentage would you place? Like of all knowledge that there is to be had? What
You mean on
percentage
the like
does
laws of
collective
the
humanity
universe,
know?
or
Not like because that's within the scope of human. I'm keeping it vague on purpose that the term is not defined by the system.
okay?
So of whatever you can think of as all the knowledge there is to be, what percentage would you say us as humans have
I would say it would be a
explored?
rounding. I would say it would be a rounding error above zero.
Okay.
My favorite. I have a lot of like things I would really like to be true, and science currently has no idea about them, and because of that, I can still wish that they would be true. And my favorite part of them is the scale of the universe. So basically, I have a couple ones. So for example, first one, I really, really would like it if entropy didn't actually increase. It's possible that the entropy doesn't actually increase always over time. Only there is a way to reduce entropy. That's one of my
Yeah, it's
favorite
called
ones.
life. Life reduces entropy,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
it's a von Neumann machine,
If I'm not mistaken,
and it's a quantum computer. Some believe.
life is reducing entropy in certain aspects, but over time, the net is still going up.
It's converting more mass and lowering more entropy over time. I mean, from when it started, right? Let's say it started as one cell, it has ballooned from there. Our current theory, it's only increased in matter and probably stabilized by now. But if we go multiplanetary, it will also increase. So we're converting large amounts of matter into
But
lower
yeah,
entropy
so,
states.
this is like the first one. Another one which I really like is that the laws of the universe are actually dynamic, which means depending where you are, they change. I would really like that to be true.
That's the banned TED Talk, right? By the gentleman. He talked about how
Oh, I
science
have no idea. I've never
it's
actually heard that.
meteorology. So meteorology, I'm pronouncing it wrong. It's not meteorology, but it's the study of constants in science. And so the gentleman, this talk was actually banned. It's pretty good, but he says that there was one period in the 1940s where the speed of light dropped by maybe like 200 meters per second or something, or not per second, but some trivial amount, less than 1%. But it still was a dip, and he was searching about, and they're like, well, we redefined what it was. But it's interesting how we treat constants. So yeah, that's a good question, but do we know the answer? And if you were going to look for the answer, you would look in metrology, is what they call it, which is the study of constants. If they're dynamic, but that's the whole thing about the Hubble constant is changing, right? So is that because we have better tools, or is it because those laws actually fluctuate?
The thing actually,
If you're correct that it's a rounding zero above zero, rounding error above 0%, then it could be that they actually do fluctuate.
I do believe that is a rounding error above zero, simply because the more I go into quantum field theory mainly, the more you so there is this property of really good theories, which is that they are simple in their complexity. They are really often counterintuitive, but at the end of the day, they provide the most simple explanation. I do believe Occam's razor. I think it was. You would.
Yeah, the simplest.
Okay, there we go. I flexed my knowledge there.
You got that.
So
Kudos.
And so basically, the best example, I'm pretty right now. I'm getting jamais vu. I'm not quite certain that that's the right example, but I think it is. Basically, in my opinion, one of the best examples would be the gravitational constant, which in classical mechanics is really ugly. You have gravitational constant m1, m2, r squared, if I'm not mistaken. And the reason why it's really ugly is because you have the constant there. And otherwise it would be a perfectly lovely equation, but the g is just screwing it up. And that is ugly. That is really annoying. However, when you get to the relativity, if I'm not mistaken, the g drops. That's because then you have the Lorentz factor, space-time curving, and so on and so forth. And so basically the sign of a good theory is that it explains as many things as possible with a single explanation. Quantum field theory is already phenomenal. I mean, we've basically solved electromagnetism with quantum field theory, which is unbelievably impressive. However, even with that in mind, we still are lacking a lot. For example, the four main interactions of our universe are strong, weak, electromagnetism, and gravity. Now, gravity and electromagnetism, they have the spotlight. Everyone loves them. Like if I say electromagnetism and gravity, then I do believe everyone watching right now knows what they are. That they've become so mainstream because of this. However, strong interaction and weak interaction are a bit tougher. Not all that many people know about the strong and weak interaction. And the thing is, for the strong interaction, we've basically kind of made it up. We do have evidence for its existence, but at the end of the day,
This is what we observe, and this would make sense.
Yeah,
Let's just
exactly.
slap a name on it.
Exactly.
And
And
let's slap another name on the other one.
upside of it is that strong interaction works on such small scales that we don't even know, like, there is no method for checking its
Yeah.
existence exactly. If you pull two quarks together, if you pull two quarks apart too much, then instead of breaking apart, they just create an additional quark. The energy just creates an additional quark, which means that quarks cannot actually exist in isolation. So how do you measure something that cannot exist on its own? No matter what you do, you won't measure a quark. You can't. You can. So what you do instead is you measure the consequence, which means that which means that you don't know if it's a duck, but you know it quacks like a duck. You know it floats like a duck, which is really good. I still have to, because I am really underselling it. There's actually a lot more work that went into it. Decades of bright minds. It's truly incredible. But at the end of the day, it is just, it quacks like a duck, it floats like a duck. We don't know if it's a duck. And that's for strong interaction. Weak interaction is even worse. The weak interaction is really annoying because for all the other interactions, it's so lovely. For gravity, it's the simplest one. You have two things and they just attract together, right? It's mass. It's great. For electromagnetism, you have two things of opposite charge and they come together. It's great. For strong interaction, you have quarks with different color charges. This is a bit more complicated. There's like 8 charged gluons and so on and so forth, but they come together. For weak interaction, however, you basically have a particle which turns into another particle. And the thing is, the way weak interaction is described instead is that you have a bunch of rules which these particle changes have to follow, but there isn't like an elegant underlying explanation there, like an electromagnetic field or just curvature of space-time in relativity. You don't have a single satisfying explanation. You just have rules describing it. It's more of a description than explanation of anything, and that's a pretty gosh dang good sign that a theory is off. Another thing which I should mention is that ideally, what we would expect from the theory of everything is that we wouldn't have four fundamental interactions, we would have only one. Like, ideally, we would just have a single rule that explains not only all interactions, but also all existence and so on and so forth. That would be the ideal, just a single equation which tells us absolutely everything. And just the fact that we have 17, if I'm not mistaken, elementary particles and 4 fundamental interactions is a pretty good sign that we are still off. And that's why, but actually the fact that, well, the opinion, I say the fact that as a, not a metaphor only, it's just as a saying, and in this case, this will be just my complete opinion, so I guess I should be careful. My opinion
it's a fact,
that
it's your opinion.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that my opinion is that's a error. That's a just rounding error above 0. I find it extremely hopeful because considering how much we can achieve with even the lightest of advancements, then if you consider the fact that we're nowhere near, and this is actually a fact, that we're nowhere near a theory of everything, then the theory of everything would have to create technology that's just insane. Oh my goodness, if it is actually possible to reverse entropy, if there is like a systemic to reverse entropy in a system, that's a very extremely important thing. So a full system, if you can actually reverse entropy, then oh my goodness, now universe all of a sudden doesn't have a time limit. The heat death is optional. Just like that. What's more, not only the heat death is optional, the Great Rip, all the like apocalypse, end of the universe scenarios instantly become optional. Instantly. because all of a sudden you can just keep the universe spinning the same way.
Yeah. But
Electron.
what's interesting is that dip in the 40s of the speed of light. What if those constants do change? But this one's interesting because if the speed of light changed, we, even with our current theories, it might be that we're entering a part of, space that actually is more dense. And if it's more dense, then it would actually have a dip, right? And so I still love this one lecture that I heard of where a guy said all of redshift could be accounted for if we're in like if we're going into like a giant nebula that's really hard to see. It's like a smoke-filled cloud
I
that's
do
just
really
slightly
like
more
that.
dense,
Well,
right? And so then all the measurements would still fit. But so I asked one of my other friends who's big on astronomy, well, how do we know the distances of stars? It's like a rabbit hole, right? So if you look at the scientific notation, like which number is a guess, how accurate can we get triangulating distances? So how do we measure things that are greater than 15 light years away, for example? And how sensitive of an instrument do you have to have? Even if you have, the Earth goes on one side of the solar system than the other. So that's a pretty big gap, right? So the apogee perigee, I don't know, you can calculate that distance, 6 months, make the same measurement to stars. How accurate do your instruments have to be to have to know distance? So if we do believe that we only know a rounding error above 0% out there, I'm curious about the areas that we just take as we trust those who have sought the answers before us, but it's fun to think about, right?
That's actually big.
That's-
That's why everyone knows about Einstein. It's because it isn't because Einstein did something that just marginally improved the theory. That's because only we know about Einstein because Einstein redid the theory. So it is a thing where every now and then someone will come around who will just question the theory itself at the very basis and just change the basic assumptions of the theory. That's the two ways that science advances. Now, it's either you expand on the theory by adding asterisk, by adding additional rules, or by just providing evidence that supports the theory, or alternatively, you just change the theory around. Now, changes to the theory happen very rarely. They happen so rarely that each time you do it successfully, you basically create an additional field, which is an extremely big deal. Having a field of physics, you can name it after yourself if you want. It's honestly, I would say, the biggest flex you can have. But
My name's Newton.
yeah, Newtonian physics is absolutely. Einstein really missed out. Had the opportunity called Einstein's physics or something, but unfortunately, relativity is stacked, which I guess is fair because Planck also, I guess, quantum mechanics. But on
I
a quick
love that
tangent,
name so much.
which one?
Relativity as a name.
It is great.
I like it.
It's very clear. It's straight to the point. It's exactly what it means about everything being relative. It's really lovely. On a quick tangent, if I may go on, it's just that I find it hilarious how much Einstein contributed to the field of quantum mechanics, basically creating quantum
Yeah.
field theory, considering how
didn't know
much
that.
he hated quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Like it's only within the last year that I started watching some videos about the history of certain types of physics. And yeah, I did not know. It was like there was this group of bros or a whole bunch of people hanging around, but whatever. That they all knew each other. It's like the rock stars of physics.
Yeah, and
It's so weird.
I just find it hilarious that Einstein basically single-handedly not only created relativity. Well, Einstein basically single-handedly created relativity, but then not single-handedly created quantum field theory. I feel like if the
Yeah, because
credit,
that was his Nobel Prize.
exactly
of
that
the,
was his Nobel Prize,
yeah.
and it is hilarious considering how much he hated the idea of quantum mechanics. Most famously said, "God does not play dice with the universe."
Play with that.
Yeah, to which I think Planck replied, "Don't tell God what he can or cannot do," which is just once
I
again
love that.
the absolute best exchange of quotes you can have. Because Einstein really didn't like the randomness, nor, if I'm not mistaken, quantization, which the minimum amount there. Quantum mechanics does introduce a lot of concepts which are.
I think it's just because we can't measure, right? It's our limitations of our tools.
That is
Like,
well, there is
because
that.
everything-
However, there are certain experiments for it. There are experiments. It's the hidden value theory, if I'm not mistaken, which is that
I think
particles aren't random; they
once
just
we
have a
get
hidden value.
But the thing is, we have to. We don't use analog computers. We use binary. And I think that once we have quantum computers, this is paradoxic. This is kind of a paradox. Once we have quantum computers, I think we can answer that question a little bit better, because our tech and our measuring tools have been the same for quite a while.
Hold on.
But I don't know.
Von Neumann's proof. In parameters are for knows discovery to it Bell. What if what's the question possibility? That's not, I mean the hidden value, there is a lot of just tea spilling there, because physicists, a huge amount of physicists really like the hidden variable theory, which basically, like in quantum mechanics, we just say that when you have a particle, then you have the wave function that when absolute value is squared, that gives you the probability of like position, momentum, and everything you can get from that. And like that was the first content of quantum mechanics. The other one was that this doesn't actually tell you the probability. It's just that there is the hidden variable, which we just don't know. We haven't figured out what that variable is, that each particle would have. And so when you have a particle and you have like this kind of probability function, then when you measure, then the particle actually exists at a certain point. And it does actually exist there. It's not based on probability. It's just that we don't know that it exists there. And when we measure it, we assume the wave function collapses. However, I do remember that it has been that the probability, the hidden value theory, the hidden variable theorem was disproven. The proof was.
I just want to. There's a one point that helped me to understand this a little bit better. But you can't measure something without destroying it, right? The act of a measurement is interacting with the system. Even a photon is absorbed by your retina. So that light sure hit that object. You're not viewing the object, you're viewing light bouncing off of it that's absorbed by your retina. So that simple fact is we don't have any passive measuring tools at all. So every time we measure something, we call it a collapse, right? But we are literally destroying whatever it is we're measuring. And even though that thing hit something else first. So it's almost like we don't have many direct measurements and we have zero passive measurements. So that's something that
I like how you're highlighting this. And then on Wikipedia it says theoretically there could be experimental problems that affect the validity of the experimental findings. Like, it is a possibility. There is no denying that it's a possibility, because I mean it's science. The probability is the one.
It's like you're selling something, and like at the beginning, it's like, here, it's 100% chance to do XYZ, but it's that Anchorman thing. It works 100% of the time, 40% of the time. It's like, this is our, you know what I mean? It's like it seems like, okay, this is presented as if we have an understanding, but I think it's good that scientists recognize what they don't know as importantly, so that where kids can focus their attention.
It's about,
or
I'm not
new
mistaken,
generations.
I
think they do.
It is awkward because on one hand, if there is a hidden variable, then we really want to know what it is. If there is a hidden variable, that would just be massive breakthrough in quantum mechanics. But on the other hand, we don't have a single place where we have proof for a hidden variable. Hidden variable would make a lot of sense because so far lack of hidden variable is the only place in all of physics where we actually don't have it be deterministic. But at the same time, there is no proof for the hidden variable to exist. There's the Bell theorem. The one I always go with is the light polarization experiment. I don't know if you're familiar with this one. A light passing through three polarized.
So you added one, and it actually makes it brighter.
Yeah, and it counterintuitively makes
it's a macroscopic quantum effect.
I absolutely love it because
it's nonsensical without quantum mechanics. I love it.
It's
I
it's absolutely great. It's beautiful, and it's so rare to have something so fundamentally quantum mechanical, something so counterintuitive with an experiment which is this simple to perform. Usually, the experiments
But
are
that makes no sense. You add another filter that reduces light, but somehow it gets brighter in the center with 3 filters instead of 2.
exactly,
That
which is
does not make any sense, and you can see it with your own
oh,
eyes.
another thing,
Like,
superposition. I do believe superposition also wild if you think about it, because the thing is, the hidden variable, I get it. I really do. Probability doesn't make sense for something to be purely just based on probability. It will make sense more for a variable. But at the same time, everything in quantum mechanics is wild. And I think we should focus on superposition more because there is something more interesting about superposition. When it comes to superposition,
yeah,
it also doesn't
because
make sense.
it's a measurement that could be more passive, I guess, right?
Yeah, when it goes to
Because everything
superposition,
we measure is destroyed. If something's quantumly entangled and we can measure one thing, yeah, it affects the other. But maybe in such a way, we could have all new sensors and a whole new view of reality.
I mean, the
There's a
problem
lot of
with
promise there.
measurement is that if you had something that could measure another thing without actually without affecting that other thing, then
Yeah.
there is a pretty solid chance you might create energy out of nothing. That's one one really
Well,
big part of it is that measurement requires you to get some kind of energy, or alternatively, you would have to get information without spending nor creating any energy, which would be impressive.
And we just don't have a mechanism for that.
Exactly.
So
That's why
that's why information theory is interesting too. Like, it goes all over my head, but it still is fascinating. I'll listen to people talk about it while I'm doing my work sometimes. Not that I understand
this
it.
problem with invariable experiments isn't a smartable loophole. Same faster of light, which is generally paradoxical. Is sending information faster than light paradoxical? I wouldn't say so exactly. Funny enough, as far as I'm aware, relativity does allow for faster than light travel. It's just that it doesn't make sense.
Well, it's not that faster than light travel is impossible. The equations just say as you accelerate to the speed of light, it becomes more difficult in such a degree that it's
need
impossible to
fun
accelerate to the speed of light.
But-
Not the fact that you can't
Yeah,
travel at the speed
but
of
my
light. You
favorite
can't accelerate to
my
it.
favorite fact about that is that tachyons would have imaginary mass. And because of that, if you have a tachyon, then it would actually take an infinite amount of energy not to get it to be the speed of light, only to slow it down to the speed of light. The more energy you take out of tachyons, the faster they would travel. Which then once again, what does imaginary mass mean? That's the kind of the point. Like for relativity, you can, if you want, you really can just plug in the speed of light to the equation. Well, I wouldn't recommend speed of light because you'll get a lot of divide by zero errors, but higher than speed of light, that's easy. The Lorentz factor, if I'm not mistaken, would just be negative, and it would work. However, because it's negative and because of it's inside the square root, you would get a bunch of imaginary numbers. And like creating a theory describing what imaginary mass would be or imaginary velocity would be, it's not too difficult. You can have your own interpretation. However, it would be a pure theory. Tachyons are purely speculative, absolutely not, purely hypothetical. We don't know if they exist. I guess that's what I mean by paradoxical. Paradoxical, I find the word paradoxical really curious. Because paradoxical, what it actually means is just counterintuitive. Paradoxical at the end of the day is just a synonym for counterintuitive, because if you look at it historically, every single time we've encountered a paradox, there are basically 3 buckets. If we encounter a paradox in real life, the 3 buckets are either A, the paradox has been resolved, meaning we just realized it's been an error in our reasoning. 2, paradox has not been resolved. Or 3, we realize that's how the universe works. For example, before quantum mechanics, if you told someone about superposition, they would consider it paradoxical because it doesn't make logical sense. However, to say that something doesn't make logical sense is a pretty bold statement because, at least to me, when someone is saying that it doesn't make logical sense, what you're actually saying is that you know perfectly what's logical or not, and with that confidence in mind, you feel comfortable in saying that it doesn't make logical sense. So,
well, like the 3 light filter, that's paradoxical.
Exactly, that's paradoxical.
Add a piece of paper, and all of a sudden it gets brighter. But because it's in a not necessarily a superposition, it's in an unknown position. The wave hasn't collapsed. It actually increases its probability of getting to my eye. Therefore, because of the equations, underlying physics behind it, therefore, when it does collapse, there's more photons from the center, even though logically it would tell you there would be less. So that's a paradox.
Is that there are the two uses of the word logically. There is the intuitively, and then there is the pure logic. And actually, it is counterintuitive. Logically, it doesn't make sense. However, when you approach it with the pure logic, it makes perfect sense. We have a theory for it. The theory describes it. It describes it really, really well. And that's the interesting thing. That's the danger of the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is that people really often overestimate their logical abilities. Which, here's the thing. As far as we're aware, our brains are finite. So there is a limit on our brains. And that's why purely logical arguments are risky. Simply because in order to make a purely logical argument, you would need first something that argues with pure logic. Now, maybe in the future, we will make something that will be a purely logical thinking machine. I mean, I don't know, I don't have any proof that it will be impossible to make one. So who am I to say? Maybe we'll get there. Past ASI, just no longer even ASI, only just a logic processing unit that's actually processes perfect logic.
It would be like, let's say in information theory, they found like a way to reduce entropy in such a manner that, you get pure logic, as opposed to what large language models, which are just kind of like the average of humans and how humans would answer.
Exactly. Or maybe theory, or maybe a complete theory of intelligence where you can actually describe intelligence properly, what it means. And in that case, you could just check for the maximum value you could have from an equation and just design a perfectly logical system. Stuff like these.
Yeah, and then just sick AI, models on it. Just like, we're going to train based off of core truth, whatever that is. Just make ourselves a god. I mean...
I've seen love that's not like a hypothetical. Like, we're actively trying. This is not something that we would hypothetically make in the future. No. We're actively trying.
No, we literally are actively trying. Yeah, I just want to throw another one of these fun bombs out there, right? So we used to think that humans had only been around, Homo sapiens sapien, for like 100,000 years. Now it's like 150. Now sometimes 200,000. It doesn't really matter. The fact that we've progressed this far from zero writing, from what we believe right now, 5,500 years, 6,000 years ago, means that civilizations could have risen and fallen multiple times for humanity. We could have gotten to this point. Maybe we destroyed ourselves. It's interesting to think how quickly we've advanced in only 6,000 years, and how long humans have been around, or the Earth.
My favorite hopeful fact is that with life expectancy is increasing. Everyone is living longer. And there is an argument to be made that over time, the rate at which it's increasing is also increasing. There is an argument to be made that is a very vague way to phrase it, but basically because the rate of progress is accelerating, then we're not only getting better at life expectancy, we're also getting better at improving life expectancy. So the rate is also increasing.
Yeah.
Which means that there will be a point at which that will increase more than 1 year per year. And what's really curious is that that will be a point in which we will all just basically become immortal. But the curious thing is that when that day comes, when our life expectancy will increase by more than 1 year per year, we will be effectively immortal. But this won't be like a groundbreaking news or something, or some kind of singular breakthrough. Only people living long enough to just see the day when that breakthrough does actually happen, or we cure aging or stuff like this. And what's really, really hopeful in my opinion is that this will come way before we cure aging or cure all diseases or anything that, you know, involves just basically creating immortality. Which means that there's some pretty solid possibility that that moment is right now. Everyone watching this live stream right now, me,
So-
you, Tefta, we could all
Yeah.
be immortal and just not know it. Or at least unaging, I guess, would be a much more accurate word. And
I have a doctor friend of mine who actually deals with new medications for a living. And that's what he actually expressed to me. He was like, I probably will die, but your generation might be the first generation to not have to die.
exactly.
And like, it was weird that there was two other medical doctors in the room, and they're kind of like, yeah, shaking their head. Like, that's an interesting fact. They all, you know, had white hair. But I'm like, wow, that's weird.
That's
crazy.
that's what I believe. I believe we are already there. And the thing that's truly maddening to me, I have that thought really often, and that is right now with this genuine possibility that we are, as I mentioned, we will basically live forever. And so, with that in mind, what you have to realize is that with all that progress that we're achieving, you can take a look at society and think about where we will be in a year, where we will be in 10 years, or even where we will be in 100 or 1,000. Like, that's no longer, that's becoming less and less of a hypothetical. Society,
Yeah.
it is highly likely that society will exist in 1,000 years. And so,
Yeah.
it's a maddening thought to me. How much progress
why I
we've done
brought
in
up- that's why I
200
brought up-
years.
But that's why I brought up the whole thing. Let's say humans have been around for 250,000 years or 200,000, doesn't matter. I think the number is closer to 200,000. How many 6,000 year segments fit into that? What if we've been here before? You know, what are, like, it's kind of like the great
the
filter,
great
but just
filter. I was
civilizations
just
in
about
our
to say.
in our own Earth that we just don't know about. And it's possible. Like, there's that you know, what would it look like if humans just disappeared from the planet? A lot of stuff gets overtaken quite quickly, and not a lot would stick around.
Yeah, there's a possibility that maybe I don't know, a natural just progression for societies is to at one point be like, well, I guess we've done everything we did. Now that we're done, I guess we might as well just we're finished.
We won
yeah,
the simulation.
we won the simulation, and then just
Reboot it.
erase all of yourself completely for the next one. We've beaten the game.
Yeah, we're gonna go to the next level. It's interesting.
It's what I find so cool about this is that these are not hypotheticals anymore. It's maddening.
Plausible. Yeah, that's weird. It's so weird. It's a culmination of so many technologies. It's just like, you know, with quantum computing and also artificial intelligence, and it's just a weird time to be alive.
It's really
Especially because,
good one.
like what you said, back in the day, you know, let's say, you know, 1500s, you know, you had children. What are you going to teach them that's going to be pertinent when they're grown up? You know, like at that age, it'd probably be like, you know, super young. But I'm going to teach you how to do bow and arrow, how to farm, blah, blah, blah. Well, and then those skills were useful for their lives. Now, what skill can you teach your child that won't be null and void? Like I learned cursive when I was in school. Like, why would they spent so much time teaching us cursive?
Yeah.
That's how all business people write, right? This is before people used typewriters back then. So that's what they said that was going to be useful in school. And, you know, the old adage that millennials say that you won't have a calculator in your pocket. That's what we were taught. So
I remember
the
that.
next generation is even worse. Yeah, the next generation is worse because it's just like technology is evolving so rapidly, like you eloquently put. So what skills? That's why I like what you do on your channel, and I like critical thinking skills. And I think the curiosity and the science, if you teach people how to solve problems and the art and wisdom with how to solve problems, and not specific regurgitation of information, it is more beneficial for us, right? Because if I teach you this is calculus and this is this type of physics, well, that could be good and that could be wrong in the future.
Exactly.
So let's teach critical thinking skills.
Teaching knowledge
so
is
that
just
way
an
whatever problems you
instrumental
have-
goal to just not quite teaching, but to gaining intelligence. So we don't want people to be knowledgeable because we already have the internet. I know there's a lot of misinformation on there, but there are trusted sources on the internet, a lot of them, in fact. And so knowledge we already have. What do you need is a way to interpret it. Which, I mean, with AIs, we're trying to also automate that, but that's a way more difficult of a thing. There's one question.
So it's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. We have the answer. We just don't know what the question is. We need to decipher it.
Exactly. There's one question I just think it's really lovely. Wouldn't we see microplastics in geological records if we were here before, though? The thing that's so nice about speculating this kind of way about the future, there's a very different way from how we look at the past to how we look at the future. What you have to realize about the future is that we have no idea at the end of the day. We don't know. Absolutely no clue. What's more, there isn't even the physical argument to be made that the universe is not deterministic and it's impossible for us to know, in fact. And so, Catman, you are there making a hidden assumption, which you may or may not have acknowledged, that an advanced society, for example, produces microplastics that are impossible to remove, or at the very least, unlikely to be removed. But that's an assumption to be made based on how we live right now. However, we have absolutely no clue how we'll live in the future. If you ask anyone from the 1800s how will our societies look like in the year 2000, their guesses would be way off. Like, oh my goodness, internet would just be... If someone guessed the internet, I would have burned them on the stake, which, at the very least. Because it is just... Yeah. The thing is, the technology which we right now take for granted requires so many hyper-specific leaps beforehand. AI is our currently biggest thing. It's the breakthrough of the decade, I would say. That's AI. However, in order to have AI, you would need the internet, let's be realistically, to which you do need advanced computation, to which you do need computers, to which you most likely need electricity, and so discovery/inventions required to get the technology that we are currently is the biggest thing is maddening. And so
it's like, what if free energy was created before we actually needed to burn oil? Right now, would solve it. Or what if there's a completely different tech tree we don't even know about? So they don't even use electricity. Electricity is an annoying byproduct, like friction is in our, to us.
I really like in Fallout.
Who knows?
In Fallout, I really like the alternative history there, because that's the history where humans invested more in the power of the atom and less in computers. And because of that, you have an unfathomable amount of energy, but very little information processing. And so you can basically, you can have cars which run forever on fusion cores or something, but you don't even have the internet. Which honestly, it just looks really, I really like the thing. And so, because of that, Catman, once again, there is a possibility that we could reverse entropy, in which case everything all of a sudden becomes free. In chemical reactions, what you will see is that you can gain energy from chemical reactions, but the general rule is, because actually, the thing is, you cannot create or destroy energy, which means the net amount of energy is constant. It will not change no matter what. So what is actually stopping us from doing chemical reactions over and over again to just get more and more of it? Well, what's actually stopping us is the entropy, which means that energy cannot be created nor destroyed. However, entropy does exist over time in a closed system, the current theory that we have. If there is a way to stop that, or even better, reverse it, or even better, for the sake of not destroying the universe, if it's shown that entropy is actually also constant in some weird magical way, then we would be able to run chemistry forever, which would be a maddeningly powerful thing, because that means all of a sudden we don't need the fossil fuels. Yeah, exactly. All of a sudden everything basically becomes a matter of time, pun intended, which means that nothing is. This is beyond post-scarcity. This is post-physical scarcity or chemical scarcity. It's just, and it is a possibility. Not highly likely according to our current theories, but theories in science
even
has a
within
habit
our
of
current
being
theories, you could think of some things that's possible. I mean, that don't break any of our physics. They could just be very, very difficult. And that's where metamaterials are so interesting, because as we're learning more about the quantum realm and things of that size, uh, we have never really been able to place individual atoms and create macroscopic things that well. So the more that technology comes out and we can like force some type of chemical bond through like some type of 3D printer or a weird waveguide type thing,
I
who
mean,
knows?
forcing
A
it.
lot could be possible.
Oh, Flame would have a field day right now. There's mechanochemistry, which the way we
Oh
look
my
at-
goodness. I'm just
uh,
talking out of my behind. I actually know nothing of the subject.
I mean,
but
it's not
I can
quite a
talk
printer,
about it.
but
it with a
one
stick.
one new kind of emerging field. I would say emerging. I haven't seen it before. I do believe it's from what I've heard from Flame, it's relatively new. Funny enough, it's mechanochemistry, which is chemistry, but you do it mechanically, which means
Yeah.
that you, which would be kind of, I would argue in certain ways, the end goal chemistry. Another one is, I think it's called supramolecular chemistry, if I'm not mistaken. And what I find hilarious is that we are entering just into these fields in chemistry. They're being more and more advanced and more of them created, where basically all of a sudden you start talking about individual molecules. Flame mentioned the story of one of his friends basically making a molecule which, when you break, the energy of it breaking releases a photon. But it was like a hilariously long molecule. And so his friend was basically joking that they just made a single molecule glow stick, because that was what it basically was. A glow stick that was just a single molecule. And we're getting there. We're getting to the point where we can start making machines on a molecular level. This is nanotechnology by definition.
So the whole experiment that I want to run in my head that I might not be able to in my lifetime because it'd be too expensive is what happens if you just wiggle like a single wire, let's say a gold wire at the frequency of light, or sent electricity through gold at the frequency in the terahertz of the waveform. Will it actually just produce light because of that? Like, that's what I want to know about electromagnetism.
Wait, could you repeat that? Hold on.
So let's say you had a single strand, like thickness of a hair, a gold atom.
Right.
Right? And you want to wiggle the gold back and forth. Let's say it's in a complete vacuum at the frequency of terahertz, right? So would it's just the fact that it's wiggling at that frequency, to get to that frequency might not be possible. Let's say you can. Would it just emit light because it's the same frequency of light? It's an experiment that I wanted to run, that there's no way to run it. But I don't know why. But because what are the principles of light? Like it's like a vibration that we can't get to, right? So a radio wave, if you were to take a radio wave and make the wavelength smaller and smaller with a machine, and you get to the terahertz frequency, does that create a photon? The problem is that the only way to get that frequency is through a process that creates photons.
A radio wave is a photon.
Yeah.
Already.
Okay.
Without shrinking it. So basically, this is quantum field theory. This is the best theory in physics, and all of you physicists watching, you can find me on that, but you won't, because you will just agree with me. So basically, when you have, I've explained that kind of in the most recent quantum field theory video I made, but basically, when you have a radio wave, this is, if I'm not mistaken, as mistaking it for something else, it's the wave in the electromagnetic field. So the way it works is you have two fields. Physicists always make them like this, like imagine them parallel to each other, and the top one being the magnetic one. You have these two fields, and this is a complex wave in them. So basically, the wave just affects the electric field, which in turn affects the magnetic field. No, it would start right here, so middle, Jesus, it's tough to draw. Which in turn affects the magnetic field, which in turn affects the electric field, then this electric field affects the magnetic field, then this magnetic field would affect the electric field, and what you end up with is a wave. Wave in the electromagnetic field. Does that make sense so far? Obviously, they will be going together. Does that make sense so far?
Yes.
Like one affects the other.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and this is the famous Maxwell's equations. It's actually comically plain in Maxwell's equations, surprisingly, because it broke it down so nicely, where you can see nabla, that's basically just change. So change of the electromagnetic field is equals to negative change in the magnetic in relation to time. So this is basically it. Electric affects magnetic, magnetic affects, and right here you can see that the change in the magnetic is equal to, and still change in the electric. And so that's how you get the wave. That's why it's a wave, basically. The reason why it's a wave is because if you disturb the electric field, that disturbs the magnetic, that disturbs the electric, and you end up with a wave, no matter what you do. So that's the reason why in fields it's always waves when you move them like that. Now, what the photon is just our description of this wave. So this is our description in quantum mechanics simply because it mainly comes from the fact that what we realize is that the probability of it is kind of always expanding until we observe it when it's a point. And hence the double slit experiment and so on and so forth. Which means that when you have a radio wave, that is a photon with that certain frequency, the frequency of the oscillation between electric and magnetic fields. Hence the photon is the carrier particle of electromagnetism. Good night, Timon. Good night, bye, see ya. And so, in that case, if you keep shrinking the wave, you will end up with a more energized photon. I think that... So, you know about redshift, right? Because you mentioned it before.
Yeah.
So
but it's just interesting. So what if you had like a wave generator that could go up to the terahertz, right? If you just crank the dial, if that were possible, and you go to the terahertz, it's just going to emit light, right?
Yes. Well, I mean, it would emit...
You couldn't really make it, but...
I mean, okay, if you have a light... Okay, light is vague in this case because we
visible
say
light. So because
visible.
that's it. So let's just say that you had...
But for visible,
I don't know what the antenna would look like.
Terahertz.
But let's see, you have a dial and you're literally emitting waves, electromagnetic waves. You turn the dial up and, whatever. And then finally you get into the terahertz frequency, which materials behave super weird at that frequency. Things that are conductors sometimes are no longer conductors. So would it just make light?
Right? Yeah, if you give it enough energy, it would.
Yeah, which is interesting. So it's like, what if in the future we'd had some type of technology where you wouldn't need to have a crystal and a laser. You would literally vibrate the system at the same frequency and create photons in that method. I
think we would go the opposite way in the future. I think we would just replace our eyes with cameras, because the thing that I just think is quite neat is that the reason why we can only see the visible spectrum of light is because it's convenient. It's a very convenient.
Yeah.
It's right in that sweet spot where on one hand it's low energy enough so that it is not actually a challenge to get it, but at the same time it's high energy enough so that's actually useful. And that's the visible spectrum. However, if you have a detector which is made in advance, which you actually design, you can expand that easily. So for example, our phones right now, if you have a pilot that works based on the infrared, they're pretty common.
Yeah.
If you use your phone to record that pilot walking, then you will see the infrared radiation that your phone is recording. That's because our phones can detect infrared radiation. And you could go higher, you could go lower. And so what I will find really exciting for the future is us just being able to see a much bigger spectrum of light. I would be really curious.
Well, so my question really is that how come you can't shine a light into some gold wire and it literally produce electricity. Like my mind has this gap in between visible spectrum, even though I know it's just a certain frequency, a
Yes,
certain very
that
small narrow
I do
band.
get
But
that because
why
it is a
can't you just
pretty.
shine a light on a gold wire and then light shines out the other side? Because technically it's just electromagnetic radiation and gold is conductive, right? And it can withstand terahertz frequencies.
I see.
Like
So
not all materials can, but from what I looked up, and I'm super not well read on this subject. It's a question that I've always had. Like, and the reason why I seek the answer is I want to know fundamentally what are the difference between what I can see as a photon. Why is it that we send photons down fiber optics instead of copper, right? If it's just an electromagnetic wave.
well, that's actually the curious thing, because photon is an electromagnetic wave. But one thing I think you might find interesting is that photons don't have charge. I know you were aware of that. They do not have charge. So actually, if you wanted to talk about electricity, I always like to call photons electricity in its purest form because it's the electromagnetic field. But counterintuitively, unlike protons, unlike electrons, they don't have any charge. That's because a much better way to think of photons, at least in my opinion, is to think of them is the way that's most of the time not really actually taught, and that's from the aspect of virtual photons. Are you familiar with virtual photons?
No.
Basically, when you have two electrons, for example, right? They repel each other because they have the same charge.
Yeah.
Now, what's causing this repulsion? The electric field. But what quantum field theory basically says is that quantum field theory just gives you the description of that electric field. And because of that, that description is that it's always photons, which means that if you have two electrons pushing each other away, you need a photon between them because you need something to mediate the interaction. The field is the photon is the field. You can interchange these words as much as you would like. If you're talking about the field, that just means you're talking about classical electrodynamics. If you're talking about the photon, you're talking about quantum field theory. But that is the same thing. Just two different theories describe it. That's kind of like...
a radio wave, you're talking the same thing applies to a radio wave photon then. Right?
Radio wave photon is the same as just the radio wave in the... It's the same as gravity in classical mechanics and gravity in relativity. Except in this case, it's the electromagnetic wave and the photon. They're both the same thing, they're just in different theories. And so what a virtual photon is, because I feel like a virtual photon would really illuminate your understanding, pun intended, is when you have these two electrons, when they repel each other, right?
Yeah.
Then you need a photon that's mediating this interaction. However, this photon is undetectable. Because how would you detect it? It's mediating the interaction, which means you can't detect it in any way, because what this photon does is just between these two electrons. If you were to actually detect this photon in some way, then it wouldn't actually affect the electrons properly. And so that's where the term virtual photons, you know, my lovely question, the question I always love, which is if you have a particle that interacts with nothing, does it actually exist?
Yeah.
Well, virtual photon is the actual application of that, because a virtual photon, well, almost the application of that, because a virtual photon is a particle, a photon, which only interacts with these two electrons. Hence, it is virtual because it kind of doesn't really exist anywhere else. It just only exists in the universe of these two electrons. And so, basically, I feel like that's the way you should think more about photons. Less in terms of them being a particle, and more in terms of them being a force. Something like gravity.
Yeah, and a wave.
Yeah. So
and it's just super weird, like especially when you get to things like butterflies. Like it's just the structure, the certain color of blue in a butterfly isn't actually it's because of the nanostructure on it, right? That it actually produces that color, which is it's crazy cool.
It is just unbelievably cool, and honestly, I get I really get the sentiments. I really do, because it strikes me even to this point, the disconnect between visible light and non-visible light is massive, simply because
I just want to crank a dial and then, okay, you know, it went here then there, got it, because that's how it's displayed, as a continuous stream. Like I just want some kind of experiment to help solidify just like the 3 filters does, it helps me realize a macroscopic quantum effect.
It really is mad.
Then I have buy-in there. But then when you explain things that, we make up 7 different versions and some are really weird or strange.
It really is mad when you
It's
think
just
about it. That if you have a Bluetooth monitor screen, then what's actually happening is that monitor screen is getting information from Bluetooth and emitting visible light. But funny enough, if our eyes were just made for a different frequency, then this would be a completely useless device because we could just watch the Bluetooth itself. It is the same exact thing, just a different frequency. And then
but our eyes would have to be super giant, right? Because of
exactly.
I don't know the actual waveform. But when you think about, that's why high energy physics makes so much sense, is in order to study something that's small, we need a wavelength that's short, right?
Which is
we need some type of...
Which is especially annoying if you consider that the energy of the photon is inversely proportional to wavelength, which gives you the fun, let's call it paradox, for the sake of painting a picture, that if you want to study something really small, you need photons with really small wavelengths, which means cosmically large energy, which is really funny because you have something that's really small, really delicate, and you're blasting it with an abnormally large amount of energy, which just leads to the whole... the reason why I like the Large Hadron Collider so much, and even though they're building a new one, which probably I will like even more, is that if you look at it, the reason why is just so dense with tech. I mean, look at it. That is just tons of bleeding edge technology. The reason why it is this way is because the information isn't lost. If you blast a really tiny particle with an incredibly high energy photon, the information will still be there on what happened. It's just incredibly difficult to recover. That's because what you would normally have as just background noise is just the result of your experiment. Usually we're used to the simple experiments, the easy ones, the common, the human scale ones, where if you have data, right, which looks like... If you have data which looks like this, then this is your result, and this is your background noise. It's convenient, it's easy, it's nice. However, if you are blasting a tiny particle with this much energy, then I would imagine this would be the background noise. And this difference would be what you actually care about. The experiments are insanely awesome.
That's why, I always thought it'd be fun to have this little box with a couple of cameras and a 3D matrix of sensors. Just imagine, I don't know, hall sensor, compass, barometer, it doesn't matter, and just literally connect it to a computer with AI, with a little robot arm and a little sandbox, and try to have it figure out physics. to make have everyone be working on this at the same time. These AI could be doing physics experiments, kind of brute forcing it. I don't know.
I think it'll be it is a very
doing
curious thing.
It is, yeah. This world that we live in is curious. That's why I think science is so appealing. Science is we have the opportunity, all of us, to figure out something that someone else never knew before. Potentially, you know what I mean? That's kind of cool.
I find it really curious how our brains intuitively know physics, because the reason is obvious, but what I find really interesting is that on quantum scale, everything is counterintuitive, because we haven't evolved for it. So obviously everything is counterintuitive. But we really underappreciate just how amazing it is that physics at human scales, classical mechanics, is intuitive. The amount of processing it would require for an algorithm to do this kind of thing would be immense. It would be just ridiculous. Just take a look at any physics simulation. You can't do them in real time, even with extremely oversimplified physics. So it's a lot. But because of how... Not efficient isn't the right word for evolution, but because of how, in a sense, efficient evolution is at teaching stuff, And because of how perfect our data was, we were able to actually develop an instinct for how classical mechanics functions in real time, in modern real time, instinctively. I just find it really, really cool how our brains function. It's really nice.
What's also interesting is, some of our information theories, like, how much you can actually compress information and the size of DNA and the complexity of the human body. It's like, I always wondered how close that is. How much is the data
Oh,
compressed?
if I'm not mistaken, that's actually really, really close. I do believe that the best method I am aware of large scale information storage is carbon crystals with isotopes. As far as I'm aware, it is the best one because what you basically have there is you have a bunch of carbons just in a crystal. I'm just going to draw this line for the sake of simplicity.
Yeah.
And then you just use different isotopes because isotopes are practically negligible chemistry-wise. Adding a proton doesn't really, oh my goodness, a nucleon doesn't really change much because it doesn't have any charge. And that way you are basically encoding information with subatomic particles, which is highly efficient. That is the best one I'm aware of. Maybe there are some better, more efficient ones. I don't quite know. But what I do know is that DNA is certainly up there because, I mean, with DNA, you are storing it with individual molecules, which is already really efficient.
But like the information to create our body is all packed into one cell, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Right? And so that one cell contains all the information required.
This is the AI kind of compression, which is also another thing.
Yeah.
The next video in my series about computer science will be information. But the basic idea will be information doesn't matter, interpretation does. So the idea behind that video is that if you have something like this, like a byte, which looks like this, let's say we've got something here, there just be a 1, then this information doesn't actually matter, the information itself. What matters is how you interpret it, because this could be a number, this could be a floating point, this could be a color, this could be a letter. So
yeah.
the actual information doesn't matter all that much. And because of that, interpretation is the actual key thing there. And there is a certain kind of interpretation, which we only see in recent years. That is the AI one, the famous NVIDIA problem with them just upscaling. But what is curious there is that it is a kind of compression. It isn't lossless.
It is.
But it is a kind of compression. Yeah. And what's especially curious about DNA is that DNA would be this kind of AI saving of information, but for example, on a whole different level.
Well, yeah, because the AI example would not work for new things. Let's say you were to try to take a picture on an alien planet and somehow it looked completely different. I bet you it would just be garbage, the output from it that was trying to upscale, because it was trained on certain data set. And if you give it completely
that's the problem
different information
of compression that isn't lossless. There are the edge cases in which it tends to be extremely lossful. But when it comes to life, that is how it works. So when you have DNA, then that DNA doesn't actually store that's the beauty of it. That DNA doesn't actually tell you how to make a human. Instead, that DNA is just the molecule which will create a human under the right conditions. So in the same way as, let's say that you want to create an AI for compressing an image. So what you have is you have two AIs, one which is for, they could be the same one in reverse, doesn't matter. You have two AIs, one which is for compression, the other one which is for decompression. So you give the image to the compressing one, and what you end up with on the inside will be probably, for all our understanding, garbage. It will be just random ones and zeros, just bitmap that would probably look like noise. An comically tiny bitmap, I imagine, which would just look like noise. So something that's nothing like an image. But then, if you give it to the decoding AI, this would give you back the original image, just properly looking and so on and so forth. And that's because, once again, information doesn't matter, interpretation does. So right here, there is some information. We just have no idea what it is because we need the AI to interpret it. And because of that DNA, actually, it in some way, it has to store the information of how to make a human. However, it is that AI kind of information, which means most of the time it is just, I don't want to say random garbage, but basically there is this misleading idea that many people have that you have certain genes for something. So you, I don't know, have a gene that controls your mood or stuff like this. Like, yeah, you do have certain genes for simple things, simple-ish, asterisk.
Yeah.
Biochemistry is incredibly difficult. If I'm not mistaken, hair color could be one of them. If I don't remember correctly, we have genes for that. But then, really often, all the genes are come together. So kind of like, I do believe you would be familiar with that a bit more. With AIs, there now exist certain tools which allow you, at least for certain AIs, for certain research, allow you to see how AI is learning. So when AI is playing a game, they've made tools which like check the inner understanding of AI of what it thinks different things are. So, for example, when there's a coin, then there's a tool which highlights what AI thinks is a coin. It creates like a heat map of just coloring in different objects and what AI thinks they are. And so, in that case, a lot of concepts the AI just glues together for the sake of efficiency. So if in a game you have coins and also you have extra lives, then probably an AI, but simply because it's trying to optimize as much as it can, it's trying to be as efficient as it can, it would probably just merge the two concepts together and create a single concept of just something you want. And in the same way, in our DNA, a lot of things are glued together in this way. We don't have a single... We can say that gene is doing a single thing, but that's an oversimplification because actually all of these genes work together in an extremely complex way. And it's
crazy. Well, I guess I kind of sort of looked it up. It's about 1.6 gigabytes in the full DNA, like a single
which
strand.
Is tiny for a human. That is
it is
so
tiny.
tiny.
So just think, but I'm curious, like if we were to try to calculate, because a lot of people are like, well, this is how many petabytes or exabytes inside of a gram of DNA. It's like, but we know that our DNA is almost identical, right? Given different factors. Won't get into specifics, but literally you're talking about only 1.6 gigs of information makes the entire human system.
Exactly.
But you also need the other mechanisms inside of a cell, not just the DNA. It also needs the mother's egg that has.
So this is the interpretation part. So if you create an AI for image compression, then the images you get on the inside could be laughably tiny. You could put in for, I don't know, terabytes image, and you could get on the inside for megabytes. Like, they could be absolutely tiny, and the reason why they could be tiny is because the AI is like good at interpreting these. The interpretation is really rock solid. So there will be extremely lost.
And we do know that
compression.
That's so crazy. It's mind-boggling.
It is.
But I don't want to keep you too long. I know that we get off on tangents when I join.
We really do. I like it. That's because I like them.
I apologize. Okay,
don't
good.
Apologize.
Hopefully your viewers also enjoy it. I don't want to sidetrack you when you're doing something.
No, it's fine. I think I'm ahead on the videos. It's okay. Soon for the practical streams, it's gonna be way more fun.
So I am working on quantizing AI onto microcontrollers, just as examples. It's pretty interesting.
How's it going?
Because like, it's going good. I'm trying to find a decent example that will kind of demonstrate. So we'll see. I only have so much time in the day, but it's just crazy. You can reduce the bits. Like, you can train a model on less accurate numbers, and still kind of the architecture works enough. Interesting.
I really love how on the surface it makes sense, and deeper on it makes no sense, and then it ends up actually apparently being true. it's a threefold switcheroo with AI. If you give it information with less bits, it still works.
Yeah.
The
It's
first
like,
gut
okay,
reaction
that's
is
pretty
always,
crazy.
duh, it works. Obviously it works. But then you start thinking about it. Wait a minute, it shouldn't.
Well, then it's kind of like, yeah, because then you have accuracy. So the accuracy is down, inference, right? And so you're operating at a loss. It's very similar to what you're talking about with an image being lossy, right? So it's just like how much speed. I want so much speed. That's where a lot of these models are actually. I think they're using a quantization method to make the computational requirements to run them lower, but at the loss of quality. Because I think you can run DeepSeek R1 like on a Raspberry Pi. You're going to get like one word or one token a minute or something, but you can still do it, I think.
I just really want the lab assistant AI where you at any point you can just scream it and just ask a question and it's gonna give you the answer. I love, by the way, how the Gulf was constantly switching for this kind of cool, I want to call it apocalypse technology because that's kind of what it is, where well, back in the day, not that long ago, very recently, it was a really cool thing that you could download the entire Wikipedia in case something happened, and you would just have all the information. And nowadays, we're entering a point where you can just download an AI.
Yeah. I literally have a emergency radio and stuff and like a water filter just in case, the potable water. Because when you live in the city, you're actually really vulnerable to any type of natural disaster. But I did have a copy of Wikipedia and go through that process. It's pretty laborious now. Used to only be 8 gigs. Now it's like I don't even know what it's up to. But yeah, literally, I just put DeepSeek R1, the Olama version, super easy, and call it a day.
Yeah,
You can just literally rebuild a lot of humanity from the compressed human knowledge.
Wikipedia,
'Cause essentially,
and
that's what it is.
AI is just the only two things. Because I mean, you would still want Wikipedia simply because it's just safer.
Yeah.
You want the DeepSeek for the interpretation and Wikipedia for the backbone. But I mean, it's just really honestly, like, I'm not too hot on collapse of society, but rebuilding it using this kind of technology would be kind of cool.
That's why I think there's a whole community of people that are into like the civilization collapse,
But that's
or
really
like
dangerous.
bug out bags.
Actually,
and
I don't like
Yeah,
that
yeah,
too
yeah.
much because that's I'm kind of worried about one thing. Where it becomes a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy. I know how much you are actually
Yeah.
familiar with Fallout.
Yeah.
The show was really good.
Not the lore that much. I played the game.
Yeah, because I know you've been a fan
Fallout
of Fallout 4. But so basically, this lore I know mostly from the show. I'll be honest. I have played Fallout 4. It's phenomenal. Loved it. But this is mostly from the show. Basically, the lore apparently is that you had the Vault Tech. And
Yeah.
so their entire business model was selling vaults in case of emergency. But then in order for them to be profitable, there had to be like a significant probability of that emergency happening. And so because of that, in order for them to sell so they started selling the vaults. And then in order for more people to buy the vaults, they like created just international tensions. And because of that, more people would the vaults, and because of that, Vault Tech worked to create even more international tension, so on and so forth. And this just becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy where people buy vaults simply because it's likely that there's going to be a nuclear war, and the nuclear war is going to be simply to make people buy the vaults. And so there is a genuine trend in a lot of economics, because we don't even have to go extreme to the nuclear winter, but in a lot of economic factors, there is a self-fulfilling prophecy. There's a self-fulfilling prophecy element in a lot of them. So, if I'm not mistaken, gold, for example, is something that which prices go up as in terms of disaster. That's because if you have an economic recession, for example, or I don't know, collapse, 2008, stuff like this, stocks fall completely, currencies fall completely, everything becomes extremely stagnant, but gold keeps its value. Simply because gold is not something that's dependent on the productivity, only it's a material. And so if you are worried about some kind of disaster, you should get gold. However, if you buy gold, the price of gold increases, and so the companies that sell gold have more money, which for them is beneficial to then reinvest into, and so on and so forth, which is a pretty worrying self-fulfilling prophecy. Obviously, in economics, all the self-fulfilling prophecies aren't quite as bad. The short selling, for example, or just buying stocks. If you buy stocks, you increase the price of the stock because you increase the demand for it. If you have,
it's all just a contract. It's interesting, like this rabbit hole kind of led me to some like Aldous Huxley and just kind of like dystopian futures. But it's fascinating because if you go to a desert island, how much is a bar of gold going to help you? And you're the only person there. And so the value that we put on things is interesting. We just have a social contract that all of us buy into. Like we could just literally go into some forest somewhere, that you probably won't get caught for a while, live there and not have to have money, but still have value.
I just want to say
But
it is hilarious how different economics is from the perspective of economists versus people who just want to make money. That's because economists treated much more economists treated more in the sense that you want people to live as good of lives as possible. And so economists just treat the economy as just the general societal effects, causes, and so on and so forth. It is very general, but basically you're just trying to allocate resources so that everyone is living as good of a life as possible. That's basically the economy. What economists are concerned with. And this kind of concept of just being rich is extremely, let's just say, arbitrary. It is a social contract at the end of the day. And because of that, it's actually hilarious how people misunderstand a lot of different things as being either good or bad, when really often they're neither, or sometimes they could be both. Inflation, for example, if I'm not mistaken, inflation actually, it has been redefined to be, or actually the modern theory states it to be only a mismatch of the currency. I don't want to screw up the term, but I am going to because I don't remember exactly.
Well, that's why if you're able to make money and you're not producing a good or a service, you're like creating inflation, right?
Yeah, the thing is, inflation
in a way
is basically... I'm going to paraphrase this. Take it with a grain of salt, because economy, as much as as confident as I feel about talking about quantum mechanics and chemistry, not that confident about economy. It's more of a hobby thing. So take it with a grain of salt. But if I'm not mistaken, the inflation is only caused when the banks miscalculate the amount of currency that needs to be created. So. So basically, the reason why you want the currency to have a certain value is because you want to encourage as many people to buy stuff, whilst at the same time not destroying that value completely, as the savings would still hold viable.
But if you think about it abstractly, a better example of inflation is that if you're making money somehow, doesn't matter how you're doing it, and you're not creating a good or a service, you are just creating inflation. Sure, you've gamed whatever system it is, but anytime that money is created or obtained without creating a good or a service, you're going to add inflation. And because, right, the supply demand, kind of how we operate. But it's interesting how little economists know, because it's kind of like you're just pigeonholed in a position. And I look into it. It's not very fun to look into. It's not my expertise, but I've seen so many people get schooled on economy, and they're like ahead of countries' economy. It's like this is crazy. But yeah, it was one of these definitions of inflation that popped up. But that's why I think it's interesting that we're in a Ponzi scheme, because the fractional reserve system is a Ponzi scheme. So we have to produce more tomorrow than we did today. And if we don't,
the consumerism,
then we also
infinite growth.
So, yes, right. Yeah. So that's what it's based off of, is infinite growth. So anytime someone is making money and not creating a good or service, i.e., you buying and selling stocks, right? You buy when they're low and sell when they're high, you are creating inflation.
I
or
think
you're just
this
you're
is
just taking the wealth, or if you
speculative
just print
value
money.
is just the
Yeah.
absolute killer. I understand why stock market exists. I do. It has a reason. It has a place. The place is basically you want to allocate resources to the businesses that are most likely to use them well. You want the businesses that are doing something good to have as much money as possible to invest it, and you want businesses that are doing a poor service to have as little money as they need to, because they're not going to use it well. That's the reason of the stock market. The only problem is that in recent years, more and more of it, as well as other things, have become more and more detached from their actual value, and it's become more and more speculative, which is the actual killer, because that is going beyond the point. That's a greater fool's greater fool's is it scheme? Doesn't matter. Close
Aaron,
enough.
fool's errand.
No, greater fool's scheme, I think it is what it is. So basically, you are buying a stock for the sake of selling it at a higher price later on. And this requires infinite growth. The only reason why you are buying a stock is to sell it for more later. But and so that's the greater fool, because what you are
So
doing is you are
you
buying
want-
something looking for a greater fool. You as a fool are buying.
Exactly. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, and that's true because, for example, if you just put it in a bank, it's going to get so much percentage. But why do people invest their retirement here in the United States into stocks? Because the yield could be as high as like 17%. Crazy, who knows? But it could be higher than if you just put it in a bank with a set interest that gets paid to you. The usury for having your money be there, which is also an interesting system, right? Because having money. It just naturally increases, whether or not it increases with inflation or not. But not having money actually incurs more debt. Like if you don't have enough money to pay your bills, then they're gonna fine you a late fee, right? And then overdraft fee. So it's like our system is interesting.
Interesting is a very polite way to say it.
Are you sure that? But the thing is it aligned properly? What are we aligned to? The economists. How does one get an economist job, and what is your job?
I mean, because economists aren't really trying to answer the question of like what is the goal. They are more about figuring out what certain things will do. So the economist's
but
job
who is an
isn't.
economist? What is the job position of the most abundant economists? Like what job title is that? Like you're an economist and you're in the field and you have a job. What's your job title? What company are you working at?
Oh, well.
I mean, I'm assuming you're going to work at a bank, right? There's
the
a few
thing
people
is-
that work for the government.
Well, the thing is, I have my European privilege here. So when I talk about economy,
Yes.
that's like Central European Bank just doing an analysis on the future of European economies. So in Europe, there's actually not a lot, but a fair bit more economists whose job is to actually analyze the economy and just figure out what would be the best course of action for, like, I don't know, Draghi's report is my always favorite one, simply because it was surprisingly big news, because it was like the past, I think, president of the Central European Bank, after stepping down, doing this analysis and basically admitting that they were wrong, which is impressive. But basically, in that case, the goal is to not lower the standard of living, increase the standard of living, and become a wealthier society, and so on and so forth.
So how many people have that job in the world?
That's
Like,
the problem.
What is that job title? Who are you working for?
The ratio of people who are economists to people who are trying to make money is upsetting. Because, I mean, I guess they're both economists, but the job of an economist is just to like analyze the system and figure out what certain actions will result in. Now that can either be used to make society better, or it can be used to make yourself rich. These are the two options there. And so this is very unfortunate how many people...
To me, it's like this. To me, economists are like janitors in charge of a boiler room, right? It's like they worked there long enough that when the machine starts making this noise, they just, hit a wrench over here. But they're in that position just because, they have to make it work, but it's not their area of expertise. And sure, if you hit on this little area and change it, it just seems so crude. And it's probably because I don't understand it. This is probably the Dunning-Kruger effect. I just don't know about it because it's an alien world.
I think it's more like there are economists and then there are economists. So the thing is, economy is. I really like the way Quasar puts it. Quasar put it with politics, which is the politics is supposed to be boring. If your politics is interesting, that means you're doing politics wrong. I really like the way he puts it. But the same thing goes with economy. Economy should be boring because it's statistics, and that's it. Statistics isn't interesting. Probability and statistics is probably in physics, everyone knows, and chemistry, everyone knows that once you start just meshing statistics in there, you get thermodynamics, statistical physics, statistical thermodynamics. It's awful. It's bloody awful. It's horrible. No one likes it. The same thing goes with like societal systems. Once you start adding statistics to it and mathematics, it becomes really bloody awful. So the actual proper science of economy is boring, and you almost never see it. However,
but
at the
that's my
same
question,
time,
though.
there's a lot of main.
Where are the most economists at? What's their job title?
Exactly. That's
like,
it's a
quantitatively.
It's like a
the
largest
amount.
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying that
probably
there are,
really working for.
Which means people, absolute majority of economists aren't actually concerned with just making a better system. They're just concerned with, well, making money, which is probably I don't even know if that's a
We've given the keys to our economy to banks, which is interesting. The same people that make money from everyone else. And it's interesting to look at, like, my boss, he would say back in the day, just look at bankers' cars, right? So, like, microeconomists, I don't know what you call them. But it's interesting. It makes sense. You know, someone in biology is going to have a lot of biological samples, just the nature of their work. Someone that works with money is going to have a lot of money because they work with money. But our system is definitely not incentivized for a better society.
You're so lucky.
And I think you can topically look at it by just saying, where are the majority of economists, like the science, actuary science?
I do want to say that you are so lucky that this is happening for American time, because if it was happening European time, there would be so many people here just talking about communism right now. The thing about communism, because what you're saying is that the annoying thing about economists is that you have these people that, like, to boil down your argument, is that you have people who are supposed to be figuring out what should we do with economy to make society better. However, at the same time, they are in a perfect, spotless position to just make their lives better. Like, they could just do that. So that's the problem with economists, right? Well, the thing is, then you have people like Karl Marx, who wasn't all that rich and was an economist, except this time not concerned with, just making a lot of money, only setting up a economical theory. I won't sit here and pretend like communism is perfect or something, because I'll be honest, I haven't looked up into communism. I should, I guess, considering how many people around me are talking about communism. I guess I should, just to be educated on the topic, but I haven't. However, from what I've heard from people who have looked into it, then it is pretty consistent.
It's really good at small scales. Actually, it's really good at small scales. The
consistent response I have gotten is that it is a lot more scientific than they initially thought. That it is a lot more. It is a lot more of an economic theory and a lot less of a political ideology. That's from what I've heard from people who have gotten into it.
This is why we need to create our own God through AI, right? So that way we can ask the question, what's the best method of having an economy that, is aligned properly, has checks and balances or feedback loops that actually help us to progress in a positive direction to reduce entropy in our economy.
You'll probably find all the economy majors in YouTube Shorts selling hustling courses. That is the annoying bit, isn't it? That's unfortunately where we are. We can't really blame anyone on it, I would say. Society, at the end of the day, is a social construct, obviously. So it's not like... So at the end of the day, we create the system we live in. The thing is, governments only have power because we voluntarily give it to them. Even if there is, well, unless there are dictatorships, obviously, but fortunately, no one here is living in a dictatorship currently. I guess Timon is in, but that's only an autocracy. Timon can pass. And so basically, like, even if your government has a very powerful military, someone has to pay for that military, and those are the citizens in functioning, or at least semi-functioning democracies. So at the end of the day, society is just a social contract, which gives the actually very interesting moral dilemma, in my opinion. Let's say, Tefta, that you knew a perfect system, just perfect economical system, where everyone would just be living great. They would have enough to live, but at the same time they would be rewarded for their hard work. Just perfect compromise of everything. Should you implement it? Should you put it in place?
Can you?
Let's imagine that you can. Let's imagine that
the better question is can.
No, in my opinion,
I would say the answer determines on the method of implementation entirely.
I would say that the very interesting question is should, because of one reason. Let's say that you have the power to implement it, and let's say you have
let me answer the question. You asked, and let me answer. It totally has to do with the implementation, because the biggest crux of this is that how do you enforce that system, right? And so I couldn't answer you because, one, I don't know what that system looks like, and two, for me it would depend on how you would enforce it.
I was going for something else.
If it was an opt-in system, then yes.
I was going for a different point. The point is that let's say that you have that kind of blueprint for that system, and you have a way to just put it in place, a way that there will be no deaths, there will be no problems. You just have a way to put it in place. The question is, should you? Simply because the system that we have right now, we have created for ourselves, which means that there is a pretty solid argument to be made that an average person likes the system we have right now. Because, well, the only reason why that system exists is because we all continue to reinforce the system. Which means that this is actually a pretty awkward moral stance there, because you have a system which you believe would be completely better on all fronts, but do you have the right to decide that it would be better on all fronts? So
I would say I wouldn't.
Yeah, that's exactly my point,
Me
right?
personally.
Yeah, I personally also, one of my catchphrases is that I'm not morality police. Like,
Yeah.
So
that's
we
the
have
thing,
to
is so
acknowledge.
many problems come down to morality, right?
Yeah.
And so that's the danger in the book, like Brave New World, Aldous Huxley, some of this talks that he talks about. It's like, well, there is an oligarchy. The small govern the many. Like, there's no way of getting around it. It's kind of just been that way. So, like, yeah, what is our moral obligation? And some problems, the only way is to literally do like some kind of crusade. I'm going to create a new religion, which is essentially what you do when you say, I've defined a new moral code, right? Let me convert you. Like, even if it's not a religion, it like has all of the attributes of a religion. So essentially you're going on some kind of campaign. So it's like, oh, well, that won't work.
Yeah, so
yeah, I don't know. Me personally, let's say if I was a macroeconomist, I would try, but it probably wouldn't happen until our system stinks so bad that people are ready for the change.
Revolution.
Right? So so it's just like, this isn't working. Let's say we have 5 stock market crashes in a row. Then it's just gonna like,
I don't know if 5.
That's why I like democracy. I like
what's
the
actually
people.
Curious to me.
What do you think?
One thing which is really curious to me, is why has there been no internal revolution in the United States? There has been, there has been the war, obviously, Abraham Lincoln for making slavery illegal. There has been that, but that was more of a war between two portions of the country. There has never been a proper revolution where people revolt against a system. Which is curious, because revolutions aren't as good nor as bad as they are painted.
We're too segmented, which is dangerous, right, for the longevity of a
segmented,
country.
As divided into segments?
Yeah, like there's so many different echo chambers. I have friends of varying views, not just politics, just wide variety of views. And I usually don't talk, even though I talk on your live stream. I don't talk a lot amongst my friends because I don't want to get anyone angry. I just like talking about physics or something that won't trigger someone. But everyone lives in the echo chamber, and they say things that it doesn't matter what their views are. I think I included am not rational. But there's
I do
so
have to
many
say,
varying degrees of
a
truth,
genuine
and everyone's so certain that their truth is correct.
a
And this
genuine
this
tip
is why
from
I
me.
separate people.
In
Yeah.
in my opinion, a genuine tip, I genuinely feel like you should take this away from me is the saying, "I am not morality police," because the reason why I love
Yeah.
that saying is because when someone tries to like convince you of their beliefs, when you say "I am not morality police," this really often makes them realize that their stance is a moral one. And it makes them realize that
Mm.
they're not actually arguing for the objectively better solution, only the subjectively better solution. Which then in turn makes them realize that, maybe I shouldn't force other people to agree with me if this
Yeah.
is just something that I like. So that's how I always get out of all of these pickles. I
It's
always just
similar.
say that I am not morality police whenever
like that.
a difficult question. So, for example, a controversial stance is something. Let's say something. For example, abortion, controversial. So obviously, my view on abortion would be the non-joke one would be pretty simple. We obviously want to give people as much freedom over their own bodies as possible, but at the same time, we don't want to just kill people, right? So these are the two forces here fighting. On one side, you don't want to kill people, therefore abortion should be illegal in its extreme, and the other one in its extreme would be people should have full control over their bodies, so abortion should be legal at all time. And all I have to do actually is just acknowledge the two sides, and I don't actually have to come up with a solution because I am not in charge of regulating abortion. I'm just a silly YouTuber on the internet.
Yeah.
All I need to do is just acknowledge the fact that there are two sides of the issue. Both have a stance, and I'm not morality police. I am not here to decide which stance is moral or not. But it should be acknowledged that to every single problem, every single one, there always will be two stances. Because if there weren't two reasonable stances, then there wouldn't be a problem.
So I have a similar tool because that's a good tool. I will try to adopt that and remember it. I I have a tool that separates how I'm going to talk to someone. I just ask them what their worldview is, right? And whether or not the person understands what a worldview is determines how in depth I can speak with
that's a
them,
good one.
right? Because if you don't even know that you have a worldview, like, okay, that's a low, very topical surface level conversation we're gonna have. We're not gonna be getting into anything deep, and it's not gonna probably be that fun. So it's like we might as well be talking about the weather. But if you understand that you have a worldview and that your worldview is unique from others, then you probably are going to be able to engage in a type of conversation where we can poke at these truths and maybe use each other as bouncing boards to see maybe we can both update our general understanding of our own worldviews, right? So that's how I gauge what type of conversation can I even have this. And there's a few times where my little brother was with me in some conversations at the think tank, and I just told him, like, just if they don't know they have a worldview, keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
You want to
Like that's
you want to
not gonna
argue
be
in a
fun.
way that's like the sake lack of the word. You want to argue the science, not the morality. That's because if we have a disagreement where I'm saying I like the orange car, you're saying I like the purple car, then we will never come to an agreement
Yeah.
because we just like different things. There is no deeper way to get there. If, however, these are the three kinds of arguments. Either we disagree on a moral sense where the arguments are going nowhere, or there's a factual error. So, for example, I am saying, I know, orange car is brighter than the purple one. You're saying that the purple car is brighter than the orange one, and we can actually measure it in some way. Those are actually very rare. People really often overestimate how many factual arguments, because most of the time, actually, both people have the facts right, and it is the third kind of the argument, which is just a misunderstanding, which means
Yeah,
two people either
most of it
arguing
is.
the same thing in a different way or arguing two different things that are so completely different they're actually not against each other. They could both exist at the same time. It's one person saying it's a particle, another one saying it's a wave, and it ends up being a wave particle. It's so
Yeah.
the three
And
kinds.
to get in depth into solipsism, right, where you can't really prove anything outside of your own consciousness. The universe could be made up in your dream. Solipsism. But if you're talking to someone, you're not actually having an argument with them. You're having an argument with your mental description of them and what they're saying, and vice versa. They're not actually arguing with you. They're arguing with a version of you they have in their own head, right? So what it's interesting that there are so many walls or barriers to get through and actually to have good conversations that when I do have them, I enjoy them. And this is one that's pretty engaging.
Yeah.
You know, because I don't feel like you're trying to convince me of anything. And when we do, I think we're half joking, but it's fun to have these types of discussions.
Oh no, I take
because
do
what you take your statement back?
No, I was gonna say that.
It's
Do carry on. I was gonna make a joke. No, do carry on.
Oh, okay. I ruined it. But it's fun to engage. But when people start shutting down, oftentimes is when an idea is attached to their identity. And if you're attacking an idea and you don't know if that person has it anchored to their identity, I could say something like, you know, the earth being round, and someone could literally think it's flat or something, and that would severely upset them and they'll get angry. I'm just using that as an example because, you know, it's kind of a little bit more obscure and silly, but it relates to everything. So you can inadvertently trigger someone because maybe their religious leader told them that this is the facts, and to deny it literally is to step away from their faith. As where you just say, hey, I read this in a magazine, and nope, you're wrong. Like it was
Actually,
just a couple of sentences
I do
you read,
believe that
and you don't know this.
in this case,
I'm done.
science. We really need the coffee clicker for this.
Over.
I do believe that science really is a really good way to solve this, because once again, science is never trying to argue what is right or what is wrong, or what is good or what is evil. Only it's just trying to predict stuff. That's kind of what science is trying to make more of prediction. And I really share my stance on this with Milo, the Mini Midman, who's a history YouTuber. He's done a bunch of videos like, you know, debunking different stuff. But what sets him apart is I usually can't stand the debunking videos. I hate them with burning passion. That's because most of the time the debunking videos is just someone making fun of other people. Like, it's making fun of flat earthers or whatever. And I can't stand them. It's awful. But the way Milo does it is proper. It's good. Milo usually does like hour or 2 hour long videos debunking a certain conspiracy, in which he isn't trying to belittle everyone, he isn't making fun of anyone, only he is just taking all of their arguments as if they were coming from actual archaeologists or actual historians, and just doing a proper analysis with proper evidence and
You know
checking
what
everything.
would make me like debunkers more is if they actually, at least once in their career, prove something to be true, right? So like Mythbusters I liked because the outcome, they wanted to figure out the outcome. But a lot of debunkers, their method is to pander to the general consensus.
That's what I'm saying.
And it's not always
it's
going to be
awful.
right.
And I can't exactly. It is
crawls, makes my skin crawl.
my favorite.
I'm gonna agree with everyone. It's like somebody that is
the simplest
a
example is the
brown-noser,
flat
quote, unquote.
earther one. Jeez. Oh, Professor Dave explains. I haven't seen any of his videos, so I don't know if it's actually the case. But the reason you can see the stream still, right?
Yes. It's
I
slightly
will
delayed. I'm gonna
show
put it
you-
on speed again.
I will show you the thumbnails and titles of his videos, and I will let you guess why I have never seen any one of his videos, or never bothered to click on them, even give them a click. Final update on Sabah Ahmad, the pathetic lying fraud. What else? Actually, we can go from the most popular ones. I feel like that'll be a much better picture. Response to Growbusters. The Earth still isn't flat. 10 things that all flat earthers say. 10 challenges for flat earthers. And then just a couple of good ones. Okay. Professor Dave destroys Ken Hovind. Like, my goodness. I cannot bear destroying flat earth without using science, part 1. I cannot bear this. I don't think I'll ever watch anything of Professor Dave, simply because I don't want to give him the views just in case. Billy Cousins, even dumber than Terrence. It makes my skin crawl. So that's why I can't speak for the videos, because as I mentioned, I haven't seen them. The reason why I haven't seen them is because from the thumbnails themselves and the titles, they're awful. However, at the same time, on the other side, there is Milo, Mini Minuteman. Incredible. And like, he's giving entire presentations on fighting pseudoscience with science communication, and the solution isn't to make fun of people who do pseudoscience, only to include them into science. Because what's the problem with pseudoscience? What is the actual problem? The problem isn't that it's going against the status quo. The problem with pseudoscience is that really often it is rooted in misinformation, which means people who do
Well, one is
pseudoscience...
the definition of pseudoscience, right? One is the definition, because what is pseudoscience? You could just say anything that's wrong is pseudoscience.
Yeah, but,
but somebody actually came up with a really good
science
definition on a podcast
wrong.
I listened to yesterday.
Oh, what was it?
No, I forgot. I wish I could remember. But but what their conclusion was that there is no definitive definition for pseudoscience.
Well, the pseudoscience
just
that
because of its very
Milo
nature.
approaches is basically people doing science except based on misinformation. So you can imagine it like if you were a physicist with a research partner, except your partner is constantly lying. That would be basically pseudoscience. So you're trying
Well,
to...
that's actually called real science.
Well, it would be, but...
How many numbers are fudged in papers, in journals?
It would be, except obviously there is a spectrum, but at the same time there is like, especially with archaeology, there would be like a kind of consensus. So the thing is, science has to be reproducible. That's a pretty big deal of it.
Yeah.
The problem with archaeology is that it really often can't be, because when you dig something up...
No, it is. Just wait. Just wait about a million years.
Exactly. And just wait a bit.
We'll be able to reproduce it. Yeah. We just got to store all of our knowledge now in some kind of diamond carbon thing you were talking about earlier, or just inject it into some DNA. And then, in a million years or two, we'll be able to repeat it the second time.
And so the thing that's... and so basically... The way Milo approaches that, when people do science, it's basically just when they got their facts wrong. So, and when I say facts wrong, I mean like, for example, what would be a good example? I don't know, a lot of people claiming that there are seeing pyramids in different places, or even better one. Basically, Milo's favorite, it looks like. So it is when people say that something looks like another thing and use that as a conclusion that it is that thing. So a bunch of mountains that are really square-shaped, people really often like to say it looks like a pyramid, and use that as a conclusion that there must have been some kind of ancient civilization. And as the science, actually, if you were doing it scientifically, this would be actually a pretty solid way to do science. If you see a pyramid in some kind of place built by humans, then getting the conclusion that therefore there must have been a human civilization there, that's actually not bad. That's kind of oversimplified, but that's how you would do archaeology. You would get some evidence, and based on that you would create the theory, then you would test that theory. However, what makes it pseudoscience is that we have evidence that this is a mountain, not a pyramid. We have no evidence that it is a pyramid. The only evidence for it being a pyramid is that it kind of looks like a pyramid on the outside. However, we have evidence that it's a mountain, and that's what basically makes it a pseudoscience. Now, the important thing there is that in that case, pseudoscientists, or conspiracy theorists, you could even say, aren't dumb. They're not. That's because the problem is not this. The problem is this. Their initial facts were just incorrect. They lacked any evidence. And so this isn't really that much of a, humans are idiots problem. No, it's more of a misinformation problem.
What would you determine as metaphysics then? Because there is a different worldview that I think physics is cool, but I actually don't spend a lot of my time in science. I think it's more philosophy is more important to me personally, right? And so I think a lot about metaphysics, which you can't really be scientific about, right? Mm-hmm. So is that pseudoscience by that definition? Because you're trying to, the reason why I'm doing it in my life, I'm trying to live without regrets. So why put so much importance on philosophy or ethics or even metaphysics, like what makes the brain, what makes me tick, what's this whole process of living?
It isn't
that to me
pseudoscience for one simple reason. It isn't pseudoscience for the same reason as physics isn't pseudomedicine. So the problem with it being a pseudoscience is that people are trying to pass off something that isn't science as science. That's the pickle, trying to give it that false sense of legitimacy, right? So if I
Yeah.
try to sell you, I don't know, a magical pill that will make you live forever, right? And just, you know, just try to sell it to you, that's not a great thing to do. However, if I then claim without any evidence that I have some proof, some medical proof that it works, that's worse. Now, why is that bad? The reason why it's bad is
Well,
because
so
I am claiming...
I want to stop you just for a second because I see people who talk about timescales greater than 4 million as pseudoscientists. And the reason I see them as pseudoscientists is that we have recorded history for 6,000 years, right? So I think we have a good accuracy of timescales within that 6,000 years, right? Once you start going 12,000 years ago and saying that you're so accurate, right? I think that is pseudoscience because you're presenting it as if that you're pretty darn sure it's a large consensus.
If you are
To me, that's
certain-
pseudoscience. You are saying that this is what everyone believes that came before us, and
Okay,
it's just
two
like, well,
things.
if you look at it, you don't really know. There's an experiment that they did at one of the universities for like 50, 60 years that literally did nothing. It was like object permanence. These objects existed every day for like 50 years. The most boring experiment done. But it needs to be done so that way we have kind of like a baseline to judge things off of. Just same with erosion. How long have we studied a rock being eroded?
I do have to say that
And
there
so
are
when
two
you-
things which I believe
it's equal as pseudoscience
are the problem there.
in my perspective.
There are two things which are a problem because I think this is the misunderstanding kind of argument. And I think I'm able to pinpoint it pretty well. You see, the reason why people who can make like these extreme predictions about the future, you know, billions, trillions of years in the future, the reason why they are still scientists is because they don't claim to know what's going to happen. They just make the prediction based on the evidence. And the key giveaway of what separates pseudoscience from science is actually very simple. When you said that metaphysics, wouldn't metaphysics under my definition be a pseudoscience? And I say it wouldn't be for one simple reason. You started your sentence by saying that you actually prefer metaphysics to science. So you claim that metaphysics is excluded from science, right? It's not like it has to be by its very nature.
Well,
No,
most
that's a
science
fun
is
thing to say.
materialistic
That's
because
a
of
fun
its
thing to say. I
nature.
want to say
Yeah.
this is not a true question. So you're saying that's excluded from science. It's like it's
I don't know.
meta
I
science
personally
by
don't
its...
have an opinion
Well,
because I actually don't even care what people.
The thing I'm trying to
think,
get
right?
to is that it is not a pseudoscience because you're not trying to claim it's science. You're not trying to... So basically, for science, we have the scientific method. If you do something without using the scientific method, that is not wrong. That is not wrong, that is not... Because, well, there's nothing wrong about it, doing stuff without the scientific method. If you, however, do something without using the scientific method, and then you claim to be doing science, that is a problem. Now, once again, the problem isn't
germ
because...
theory. But the definition, that's why the definition is important. We don't have a good one for pseudoscience because the scientists or doctors of the age, when germ theory came around, right, they didn't like germ theory. They didn't want to wash their hands when they were, birthing children. And so a lot of women died because of stubbornness. So all scientists are made of human with bias, right? So pseudoscience comes from scientists and also comes from non-scientists, right? So I think the same definition should work for both groups. And the reason why we should work at defining it better
if
is to get rid of...
scientists disagreed with germ theory without any evidence, then yes, they were being pseudoscientific. I would go even beyond that.
Yes,
I would say
they were.
I would even say they were unscientific. I think pseudoscientific is a very light way to put it when germ theory came around with evidence and when they were just in denial. That is going beyond pseudoscience. That is just unscientific behavior. And so my point here is that when you do something that is not scientific, there is nothing wrong with that. However, the problem comes when you're doing something that's not scientific and you're trying to claim that it is scientific. So you doing metaphysics without it actually being science, like, they just say, or even better, you're doing something that's purely concerned with reasoning and the way we reason. You're doing that with no evidence. Why? Well, it's because you can't gather any evidence, because in order to gather evidence, you need reasoning. And if you're studying reasoning, you're doing meta-reasoning, then you can't gather this evidence because, well, the Ouroboros loops on itself. That is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. However, if you all of a sudden start claiming that it's a science, then it becomes a problem, because for science you need evidence. So there are two different words at play here: pseudoscience and something being wrong. Pseudoscience, in the reason why pseudoscience is problematic isn't because of its method, only because it claims to be something it just simply isn't. So you could, I suppose, make
So any time that somebody has a theory that's wrong, it would be pseudoscience by that definition.
No.
Right, and so even if it's done in time, so
no. Any
all
single
of the
time.
charts. What about the charts that they made before the heliocentric model? They made these really awesome math, right? But they're wrong.
I think you're misunderstanding what I mean. Because here's the thing. Let's imagine two different people.
No,
okay?
I'm gonna go. But what I was just trying to get at is that the definition is important, and pseudoscience is a buzzword. And if it's not clearly defined, it's difficult to carry out the action.
Can I just give one example and see if maybe this clears it up? Just one real quick one. Sure. I promise. Okay, imagine you have two people.
But I don't disagree with you. I'm telling you, I know, but
I just really want to see if my argument holds.
I will watch.
Two people, right? The first one has the red ball. There's a red ball on the table, and another one also has a red ball on the table. Now, the first person says that there is a red ball on the table. That's what the first person says. The second person says that there is a blue ball on the table. Now, which one of them is correct, which one is wrong from a scientific perspective? It is irrelevant, because once again, in science, we're not dealing with absolute truths. However, what we can say is that the first person is scientific. Why? Because they have evidence of the fact that they see the ball as being red, and they use that to reach the conclusion the ball is red. Now, let's imagine that some paint was peeling off these balls, and actually it turns out that the ball was blue the entire time. It was just covered in red paint. What happens is that the first person was wrong, because the ball ended up being actually blue, and the second person was correct. However, just because the first person was wrong doesn't change the fact that the first person was still scientific, the second was pseudoscientific, or actually unscientific even. Because
this is where I
don't
disagree with you, but the second person, what if they literally meditated and saw somehow some symbol that made them think that not only is it blue, but there's 200 layers of blue paint on that thing and one layer of red. So the reason they came to that, and a scientific person would write it off, but there could be a mechanism there that they could tap into, understand what that ball was blue.
So that's where the deeper part of science goes, where basically then you would need to prove that your meditation is a valid way of gathering information. So science
has limitations, really, right? You aren't able to learn all information.
There is one limitation. In science there's one and only one limitation, which is that you can only get absolute truth out of absolute truths. And so since we don't have a single absolute truth in science, that would suggest that you cannot have an absolute truth. If we had something that we were absolutely certain of, anything, then based on that we could try to describe the whole universe in terms of absolute truths, but we don't have that in science, which means that the one limitation of science is really annoying, because theoretically you could explain everything with science. However, you need that one truth, that one piece of scaffolding to start the whole building, and we just don't have that. Therefore, it is an extremely important distinction, by the way. A lot of people mistake that. Being wrong doesn't actually mean you're being unscientific. What's more, historically, being wrong is usually people who are scientific usually end up being rather wrong. Newton has a unit named after him, and pretty much everything he made ended up being remade with newer theories. So being wrong is a pretty big and important part of science. what pseudoscientists are more about, the bigger the problem with pseudoscience is more about like spreading distrust in the method, which we have experimentally shown is just working out for us just fine. Which once again, yes, that only works if you inherently believe in science. If you don't believe in science, then your what you think as working may differ the definition, but that's why like meditation. If you think that meditation is a valid way of just getting the color of the ball, then you can call it spirituality, you can call it meditation, you can call it all these things, but you shouldn't call it science because you haven't used a scientific method. So that's not to say that meditation is wrong, that's not to say that spirituality is wrong, only to say that this isn't science, it's just a different thing. Once again, the purple car is favorite of some people, orange car is favorite of other people, but you can't argue that the purple car is an orange car. That's where the problem actually happens. No one color is wrong, it's just that certain colors are certain things. And so that's the... But then Milo's solution to pseudoscience, I think, is really lovely, which is just to get people to be less pseudoscientific, more scientific. So basically just get them to switch their sources from like random Facebook posts to to just banks of researchers and dissertation papers and so on, and making papers more digestible, making them easier to understand, because those papers are bloody awful, and so on and so forth, which I think is a really good way to solve the problem, much better than just fucking yelling at people for having different opinions. It really annoys me.
Yeah.
I really don't like it.
I think that pseudoscience is a bad word, a term. I don't use it in my vocabulary at all unless the topic comes up.
I think
and there's a lot of terms like that
yeah.
where I purposely don't use because they're not clearly defined.
Tefta, you have your own philosophy. You have your own... my relationship with philosophy is your relationship with pseudoscience in that case. Like, you don't have the problem
and
with
so my worldview, there's whenever someone has a term that causes a lot of arguments and there's not a clear definition of it, right? And it almost becomes like a word that's kind of like a good or bad. It's like, wait a second, in order to use the word good or bad, like, let's have an argument about what is good. It's so difficult because it's such a...
You have put me, by the way, I do have to say, you have put me in a very interesting spot, because I have to agree with you there right now. That's because it would be extremely hypocritical of me to deny the fact that what I've given as the definition of pseudoscience, as nice as it may be, it is my definition at the end of the day, and other people may be using a different definition. And in that case, when other people use different definitions of pseudoscience, then those other definitions, this will be just the exact problem I have with philosophy, actually. Which means I do agree with you there then, because I have seen also pseudoscience just been used to like shut down unlikely theories, which is ironically unscientific. Just because the theory is unlikely doesn't mean it should be disregarded.
And I agree with you, and that's why these terms I steer away from, and I have an aversion to them, only because like if you said everything that you just replace pseudoscience with bad science, right? Mm-hmm. I would probably still have the same arguments, but I'd be more apt to listen to you, because people sometimes shove a whole bunch of meanings into one word, and it's difficult to get to the meat of it. But yeah,
for the future, actually, do you have like some kind of replacement for pseudoscience?
I actually, so I don't know if your listeners know this, but I'm one of the moderators of the world's largest UFO forum.
Oh,
so pseudoscience comes up a lot.
I haven't heard that. Really? So when did that happen?
So, I do so much and just try. I don't know. But
I know.
Anyways, the cognitive dissonance. There's a lot of people in the sub. They try to be scientific, but there's a lot of debunking that goes on because there's a lot of bunk out there, right? And so I like the term debunking, because you're literally, it's a definition to get rid of the bunk, which means, like crap or whatever. So, but pseudoscience always is used as a slight or an insult, right? Whenever someone just doesn't even go through the process of picking apart their arguments, they'll use the word pseudoscience. So I have a bias against terms that I see in the mod queue when people are hashing back and forth. And it's a weird thing that I have. I believe that it causes dissension amongst people. Like when the news creates terms that are loosely defined, it seems to tear people apart more than bring them together.
I see.
And
What
so,
about?
since philosophy is important, I try to. I like
Because
communities, and I like
get
when
your
people
point.
can work together.
I get your point. Because the biggest issue with pseudoscience in this case is that it has turned from a term that could have been genuine to more of an emotional response, I would argue. So it's more of a reflex to call things you don't like pseudoscience rather than actually check if something is scientific or not. Where with the germ theory, you would people would call germ theory pseudoscience simply because they didn't like it and wouldn't actually check if something's scientific. Would I more because I'm looking
Unscientific, because the spirit of science, you so eloquently said, like, being curious, accepting when you're wrong, right? Learning more about the universe. Like, science is our attempt at trying to get to truth. And back in the day, it was mixed with philosophy quite a bit more. In fact, the PhDs only comes from philosophy. It's the philosophy doctorate. That was the first and only PhD you could get, literally stood for philosophy, right? So now we've kind of separated science and philosophy. So it's not seeking truth and goodness. We separate truth from goodness. And it's interesting kind of how that dynamic plays out. But yeah, unscientific. I see a lot of scientists. It's just everybody's biased, right? And if science is trying to get rid of the bias, which I love the heart of that, but whenever I see anybody that's biased in a position of authority in the scientific community that actually throws away evidence because they don't like it and it makes them uncomfortable, that, I wouldn't use the word pseudoscience because I hate that term, but I would say unscientific. I would say it goes against the spirit of science. You should be stripped of your science title.
If you start with some kind of conclusion, you're just looking for data to support it. That is by its very nature unscientific to the core, where you're just doing the opposite of what science is supposed to be. So with it,
well, especially if that's your job. So there's a difference if someone, if you're in charge of something and you make a mistake, that's different than, hey, you're on the street trying to do CPR. But let's say you did CPR bad because you're on drugs as a doctor, right? The doctor should have a more harsh treatment than the random person on the street. In the same way, a scientist that is biased and refutes information should be shunned and thrown out of the scientific community way more than some YouTuber trying to, literally, maybe they're flat earther, but they're trying.
If I may give you some hope, that actually happens. Funny enough, on its head, with anti-vax movement, you know how the anti-vax movement got started, actually?
I have no clue.
Some doctor...
It's one of those weird worlds.
Some medical doctor, actually... It was a very long, convoluted story, so I'm going to give you a very brief justification right now, but some kind of doctor really was trying to make money. And basically, he was in charge of some kind of committee on vaccines and was, I think, trying to sell a medicine that they had exclusively the patent for. And basically, because of that doctor created a bunch of sham studies saying that vaccines are like dangerous or something in order so that people, instead of getting the vaccine, would get their stuff. And what happened to that doctor is... That doctor, if I remember correctly, lost his medical license and was no longer a doctor. Okay. Because he falsely created these studies, which they were absolutely awful. They completely unscientific. Were basically cherry picking data was like the lightest one, completely misinterpreting data. For example, labeling the complications of people who didn't even have the vaccine and labeling them as having the vaccine, completely mismatching the dates. So, someone developed some unfortunate symptoms like years after getting the vaccine and it was labeled as weeks after, and so on and so forth. And so basically, and if I remember correctly, they lost their medical license. They lost their respect completely in the entire scientific community and the entire medical community, and that's what happened. So these things do certainly happen. It is unfortunate, but at the same time kind of unavoidable that there will be a delay between when someone is unscientific and when they actually get punished for being unscientific. Unfortunately, there will be a delay, and there always will be harm done. But that's the thing. That's my genuine belief. If someone doesn't like science, or if someone doesn't like the way science is done, then you should change the way the science is done. A big issue, that is a genuine critique of the science community that I find a lot, and I think is completely valid, is that the science community has become more and more closed off to the rest. And so it is becoming more and more difficult for everyone to get into science, and it is and like all of a sudden, lay people, when they don't like the way the science is done, they can't do anything because they, it's becoming ivory tower, I do believe is the term for it. And so that is a genuine critique, and I do believe
structure.
The
structure.
So
what is the alignment? Who is the one doing the scientific research? Where does the money come from? What's their job title? And so, like, it kind of gives you an overview of how our society treats those positions. And it's interesting because kind of like the military industrial complex, there's lots of systems out there that, of course, we could just throw stones at, say they're all bad. And then the majority of scientists, I think, probably are good and actually want answers. But
that's why I do have to say, I don't mean to get too political, but I am extremely biased. And because of that, I do have to say, that's why I am all for government subsidized research. And the reason why is because the main complaint that governments get when it comes to their spending is that they waste money, which is true. They do waste money. But for science, it ends up as a massive plus, because what that means is that a majority of the funding that researchers get, there is no deeper incentive behind it. Like, there is no need, there is no pressure to for some kind of experiment to end up with a certain result or stuff like these. And because of that, it's at least from what I've seen, although to be fair, I am pretty deep in the science community, so I would say I have a lot of evidence here to support this claim. Most of the time, the professors and the researchers and the doctors who are in charge of the experiments, they really can't be trusted. Simply, for the lack of a better explanation, is the fact that if you want to make a lot of money or get a lot of power, becoming a professor or a researcher is not the way to go. That's not where you would like to go. And so because of that, usually people who end up there are mostly doing it because they really like science. Obviously, there are problems, but then once again, they get thrown out of the science committee, hopefully rather swiftly. And when you combine that with the fact that most money in this form comes with no strings attached, then that does good science. Then obviously there's the one I don't like too much, which is the private sector science, because private sector money comes with a lot of strings attached, which usually leads to bad science, because then the science ends up more for supporting a certain conclusion rather for seeing if that conclusion is true. But it's tricky.
I'm actually in the process of applying for federal funding for one of my projects.
Oh.
And for science, actually. It's kind of, I didn't even know that program existed. So it's kind of cool that there are some kind of mechanisms out there.
Yeah, it's really fun. But I like it because it really brings everyone together. It's really nice. Like even though UK is no longer in the European Union, a chunk of their own research funding, if I'm not mistaken, is still coming from the EU. And that's simply because everything is so interconnected. The International Space Station, oh my goodness. The International Space Station, once again, in the top 10 of best science projects, right next to the Large Hadron Collider and the Gravity Waves one that I always forget the names of.
Yeah, science is interesting. Well, I better go. Thank you for letting me yammer on. I apologize.
It's fine.
Now make it be productive.
I think
I am too.
I might go to sleep soon. Actually, it's 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning right now. So, yeah. By the stream. Anyway, the Irish exit. I was waiting for it. Hadron Collider is international. Of course it is. It lies in France and the other country. Switzerland, if I'm not mistaken. 4 hours. I know, that's what happens when Tefta joins in. We do end up just talking about stuff for 4 hours. I like these streams, I do. They're better than me getting tired after an hour, you know? We rendered a single animation, and you know what? Sometimes that's enough. Sometimes that's all you need. His presentation at college is about the course of pseudoscience, and then he encouraged them a lot to lessen the exclusivity. Which is also hopefully working. By the way, retroactivity, hi! I'm sorry, but you joined in. And Rainspec, hi! And Nedland, hi! You've joined in the... At the time when I was yapping with Tev, that's why I didn't get the chance to say a proper hi. Also, I'm glad you changed your profile picture. It has been confusing me. You have a different one on Discord and a different one on YouTube. Debates a lot. Well, damn it! I might actually go. I am tired. I am tired. I'm making. We haven't gotten. Sorry for distracting me. It's that's fine. I am ahead for the first time in a really long time. I am actually, as far as I'm concerned, ahead on my walk, so I actually can be distracted right now. This was a really fun stream. I do enjoy this a lot. And also, I was just looking for a way to burn through the night because I wanted to go to sleep later on tonight. It's a pretty biggie for me. I need to switch to different times. Well, anyway, I'm gonna go. Tomorrow we're gonna pick up the quantum mechanics video, probably more in depth, hopefully, fingers crossed. If not, then it should be still fine. I am probably going to script these 2 chapters before tomorrow's live stream, and we'll see how things go. Anyway, for now, I suppose that'll be it. Thank you, Van, so much for watching, and have a great day. Bye.